Host Letzy here, and I finally started streaming today. We got a best out of 11. Yes, a best out of 11. A best out of 11. Wow. Rhymes with 6-7, yeah. Sorry for the brain rot, but yeah, no. It's literally an Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty casted best out of 11. And I'm going to tell you the bad news today. I've been severely traumatized. And you know how I got traumatized? Some two Muppets, one of them named Codefender, who's going to appear in the stream gameplay today, basically made me boot to 5th Edition 3 four times, promising to do Age of the World with me today, and then changing plans on me. So, yeah. I wasted like 40 minutes of potential stream time doing that, which I'm fine with, but I just wanted to let you know why the stream started so late. Literally wasn't even my fault, dude. I was trying to get you more Age of the World, Alpha 2.0, Bohemian, and Moiska goodness, and the curtains went over my eyes. And then, you know what happened at the end, when I finally gave up? The first Muppet showed up and said, "Oh wait, it's working now." And I was like, "No, I'm not coming back to boot it up 5 and 6 times now." Yeah, no. Yeah, we'll do it. We can do it tomorrow or something. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, when I looked, because I started looking at Wars Limbic record stuff, by the way, to see if there was a way out, so I wouldn't have to like boot the game up like many times. And then I was like, wow, a best of 11. That's based, and it took over from what I could tell, it took place over the course of 2 days. In terms of like the hours, like it started on the day previously and it went into the next day. So yeah, they were probably doing it for hours on end. So yeah, this I don't know how long this series is gonna be. It could be pretty muy largo, and that's why we need to like watch this thing together. A best out of 11, and I even joked about it too. I said, just so you know, I didn't mess up on my keyboard. It's not a best out of 1. It's not like a show match. It's a best out of 11, like 11 games, and 11 games are played. That's like crazy, dude. Crazy, man. A best out of 11 in Age of Empires 3 at all is insane, dude. It's like the stuff we see in House of the Train Post, man, but even better because it's Wars of Liberty. I think HVNI is going to love this possibly after seeing how I did his stuff yesterday. Yep, a literal best out of 11. Just so they know, it's a literal best out of 11. Not even kidding. 11 records, and you can see it on the screen right now. Can you see it on OBS? Yeah, you can see 11 games there. 11 juegos. 11 juegos. 11 juegos, man. Not even kidding. It's true. It's not even misinformation, man. It's really happening. Yes, it's actually happening, dude. So yeah, I'm just gonna share the stream with some Discord servers, and then we can start right away, man. Yeah, totally. BO11. Yeah, I'll just put that in there. Yeah, this is gonna be fun, and I promise I'm not gonna fall asleep like I sometimes do. Well, I don't. Here's the funny thing. There's been some times in my life because of different things like going on where I've like passed out in the middle of the stream for like started micro sleeping in the middle of the casting. But yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen today unless it gets too lengthy, or if I eat too much sugar to try to keep myself awake. I'm like that, and then yeah, it happens. But yeah, no, I think it should be good today. Totally good. 100% they'll see. Yeah, big time. Yeah, this will be pretty fun, dude. Yeah. And what are we gonna do for the rest of the week too? By the way, well, if Nico, the dude that sort of had issues today, wants to play Age of the World with me, we can do that tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do Friday. You want me to go back and do a campaign in AoE 2 or something, or do Age of Mythology stuff? It's up to you. Yeah. I could even get a new game. I could even play that Monkey Bowl thing that I've been talking about as well, where I basically go through all the Monkey Ball 1 and 2 courses on, that new remake on Steam with the ability to jump now. So it won't be as arduous. And might actually get it all done in one night. Who knows? I could probably get it done in all night. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Well, War Thunder is celebrating the Lunar New Year. What's so new about that? I mean, the Lunar New Year is a pretty popular thing, right? In like, East Asian culture, correct? I thought it was. I thought everybody like knew about the Lunar New Year. I guess not. Well, wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Didn't War Thunder do? No, that was World of Warships. World of Warships did a collab with Hololive. That's right. They had Hosho Marine. They had Amelia Watson, and they had Goragura, because literally everything collabing with Hololive has to have Goragura on there. Well, not anymore because she's gone, but back like little over a year ago when Goragura was still around, she was like the face of Hololive. Little sharky girl with a hoodie on. I mean, she was cute. Not gonna lie, super cute. So I'd put a girl on everything too if I could. Yeah, but yeah, no. Yeah, no, I don't think War Thunder did anything related to Hololive. Otherwise, I probably would have streamed it. Yeah, no, I totally would, because I actually own War Thunder, by the way. I don't know how to play it, and I mess it up all the time, but I would have fumbled the gameplay just to look at Bibu and, Fam basically being in the content. It would probably mean that they would be playing it as well, right? They'd be streaming it, I think. Yeah, especially Bibu, who streams literally everything. Well, not anymore, because apparently she has a 3-day hiatus from streaming. Yeah, I guess her Mei-chan basically yelled and going, "You have to take vacation," or something like that, because she doesn't want to. Like, she likes streaming every day because she's good like that. And the Mei-chan's like, "Oh no, it's overworking you. You can't do that." Yeah, you know how it is. Yeah, I mean, if people want to stream every day, let the girl do it every day. She wants to do it for 12 hours straight, let her do it for 12 hours straight. Who cares, man? I do it 12 hours straight. Well, not 12 hours straight. I would if I could. Like, if I had enough time in the day. Like, let's just say I could start around 2 every day, 2 p.m. We could stream 12 hours every day, and I would happily do it. Well, it would have to be like 3 o'clock, so I could, like, be there for the 2:30 a.m. HVV Chaos. Yeah. You get the idea. I would 12 hour. I basically get pretty close. We get to like 9, sometimes 10 hours every day, which is very close to that. And then on the weekends, we make up for it and do like 16 hours of streaming. So yeah, if anything, I'm the embodiment of Bibu outside of Hololive, I would say, and Kayla Kowalski or whatever. Yeah, I definitely reached that title a whole lot, I would say, for sure. Yeah, totally. I'm just making sure I don't miss any of these Discord servers here with the stream sharing stuff. Yeah. Somebody did ask me, I think it was on Aceling's server, like, why do you still self-promote if you have so many subs? And I said, it's because I want people to still know that I think of them and I always want to share my content with them and stuff. Plus, the views never hurts. It never hurts to tell somebody that you're live, and going through that trouble of letting them know shows attention to detail, which is, something a lot of people lack nowadays, is attention to detail. They don't, look between the lines at the finer details of stuff like that, because you never know. There could be someone in a server that doesn't know your channel and is looking for, guidance on something. They see your thing and they're like, "Oh, wow, maybe I could check that out." If you do a mod that nobody's heard about and they think it's a cool idea, then they'll learn about it, and then they learn about you. It's all marketing. It's like what politicians do, basically. When they want to become like a senator or something, they have to, shake hands and, kiss babies and stuff without looking too much like Epstein. Yeah, pretty much. That's what they do. So yeah, I'm just making sure I don't miss any of these Discord servers. I'm almost done. I've actually been moving pretty quickly here because sometimes it takes me like a full 15 minutes to do, and I completely get so slow trying to yap and stuff. But yeah, no, this time I'm actually staying on target. That's the funny thing, in that Bibu Discord server that I'm part of, Biju's Blind Quarry, there's always people in the voice chats there playing games. It's pretty interesting. Even after the gem herself is way on a 3-day vacation from streaming, everybody else still happens to have their own sort of, collabs, quote unquote. Which is pretty cool, I think that's the only whole server I've been part of where that's the case. Everybody's always in something like Monster Hunter or something like that. I think Bibu likes Monster Hunter, if I remember correctly. She always has that little flying pig thing flying around her and stuff. The little bow tie on its head going oink, oink, oink. Yeah, little piggy, basically. Yeah. So, yep, I'm almost done copying and pasting this stuff. There's one more I have to do here. Where are we at? This one? Alright, we're good now. We got all the record. Alright, and I already loaded the recordings in too. As you can see there, it is indeed a best out of 11. Unless it's any of the games out of sync. But guess what? It's Legacy Age of Empires 3. The World's Edge team didn't somehow screw up the recording system here, so you don't have to worry about out of syncs happening ever. Yay. Yeah, isn't that to me is like the biggest tragedy of Defib Edition, is the fact that you literally could go back to the Legacy Age of Empires 3 and your recording's quality of not getting out of syncs in the middle of the recordings is actually better in the Legacy game than it is in the newer title. Just like a lot of the messed up stuff they did in Definitive Edition 1 compared to Legacy Age of Empires 1, Same thing. But yeah, no, here we are. Codenac gameplay. So it's Nathan. It's a best of 11 between Nathan and Codefender. We see a lot of those lately. But I think this is the first best out of 11. A best out of 11. Let that sink in. Double digits. That's a big series. It's like the type of series I used to do with people when there were more people on to play Wars Libby. I used to do 11 to 15 to 20 to 50 game sessions as a college student and that. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah, here we are. Game number 1. So who we got here? We got Nathan as Afghans, personal favorite Civ. And then we have Codefender as Haiti. Haiti versus Afghans. That's a tough matchup, actually. That's a really tough matchup. I've been in this matchup before, and I can tell you, it's a really hard one to decide on, honestly, because here's the thing. Afghans are really good at turtling and stuff, but I have been, rushed to death by Zelda Verde playing as Haiti against me when I was the Afghan. So I really cannot tell you who's going to win this matchup based on the Civs. If Codefender is a really good aggressive Haiti, I think Afghans have some problems here. But if Codefender is kind of a novice with Haiti, doesn't understand all the aggro quirks of the Civ, Nathan's Afghans could be a serious threat. Yeah. Now, one thing is interesting. Look at the little bar over here. It's not filling very quickly here, which tells me this is going to be a long game. So I think we're moving more in the direction of a wild card game here, where either it's going to be a long, drawn-out battle, which is fun, by the way, or we're going to see maybe possibly a Nathan win on the first match. Because that's what I'm seeing. If I knew that he was going to win this matchup easily, you would see this bar for the time moving very quickly. Because it would be like an immediate rush, and then Afghans would be completely cooked. But seeing that the time is going this slow in here is telling me, okay, this is probably going to be like a real battle where Afghans actually have a chance. Just thought I'd give you that little bit of wisdom from experience. But yeah, no. Right now, Afghans are simply setting up their madrasa here. They already set up their mahala over here. The mahala is basically the Middle Eastern house structure. It's basically more similar to a longhouse, like the Hajj I have, right? It's expensive. It's a 200 wood structure, just like a barracks. But it does give you 20 pop space too, hence the longhouse type logic. Unlike a longhouse, though, it also contains all of your sort of Imperial Age capital text there related to eco and spies and blockade, plus, Churchill Aid stuff like line of sight and mercantilism and everything. Yeah, it's a very versatile structure, and it's also where you call up your Minutemen levies too, as Middle East civs. So that's the other sort of purpose of a mahala as well. Cool stuff, right? Yeah, no, totally. First is first. What do you do as Afghans, build or wise? First, get your mahala and your madrasa up right away. And right away, you're going to want to research your first blue madrasa tech, the Melmastia, because it's the only madrasa tech you can always guarantee to forward at the start of the game, because Afghans always deploy about 500 wood crates in each match, so you can take 200 into a mahala, 200 into a madrasa, and then 100 into Melmastia. Yeah, all ending with like a pastor from Texas, always ending at the everything. Like that, yeah. Basically, blue madrasa texts for Afghans are good to research because they give you free villagers. But you might be wondering, why do I care about madrasa texts? Well, madrasa text is how you age up as Afghans, right? You don't age up through the citadel here, your town center. It's actually through this structure where you age up. You research 3 madrasa texts here of any kind. Could be any of them. You get aged up in age 2. 7 of them, you get to fortress age. Even more of them, you get to industrial age. And then if you get them all done, imperial age. Yeah. So yeah, basically madrasa texts have a short-term effect and a long-term effect. Short-term effect for the blue ones of Afghans, free villagers. Long-term effect, something to improve the mahala structure, such as allowing you to garrison more villagers inside of it, since Afghans have a unique civ bonus to letting your villas actually hide inside of it. Sort of acting as like a secondary tower / TC. So some of the stuff blue madrasa text can do to improve it is like adding more range attack onto it, adding more garrison capacity, allowing you to like train nomads from it, allowing you to get food and gold bushes you can gather from around it so you don't need a fountain. It's kind of helpful. Yeah. At the same time, codefender's aging up now. He's going with Arab immigrants. Yep. So instead of politicians like the Latin Americans had in the old days of Wars Libby, now they have immigrant colonies that you age up with. It's actually really close to the age up system you see in Definitive Edition for American civs. You know, the ones where they sort of, you age up as like Vermont or one of the provinces in Mexico or something. Yeah, that's basically how this system works. Instead of unlocking 2 cards in your home city, you get this immigrant colony building, and there you'll have 2 technologies that cost a shipment, effectively being quote-unquote cards that you can, send. And on top of that, you get other unique perks like immigrant battalions, basically these infinite shipment type setups where you can send an army of units for 1 shipment and supply them to your base to help attack. You can like train specialized workers that specialize in 1 skill and suck at everything else, with a few exceptions. And then you can even call a second type of Minuteman from those structures too, called firemen. But these firemen, they're not the ones that come with the hoses to take the cats out of the trees. They have like an actual gun, and they will shoot you, basically. So instead of putting out fires, they're firing at you. Sort of firemen. Yeah. Cool, isn't it? Yeah, here is the market right here. He's aging up with that Arab colony right now. Arab Wave is always a good age up to go for if your Civ has access to them, because you know what they do? They give you a trade rickshaw that you can put right onto this trade socket and get a free trading post. That's really, really good. That's actually good value, because the TP obviously gives you a ton of XP over time, and if you manage to stagecoach it later, then you get actual resources from it. And not only that, you get a bit of coin too, which you can put into military. You can put it into a fast fortress. There's a lot of ways to make it work. Yeah. And also I like the unit that the Arabs have, the Gallego. It's basically based on the stats of the Middle Eastern Jundi musketeer. So it is pretty useful, I think, statistically. And it gives you about like 6 of them to start, and then it'll ramp up through every age until industrial age, add more and more to the battalion sizes. So it's very nice. Yep, 700 wood. Double side axe. This is wood chopping. You know what hunting dogs does, right? Don't have to explain that. Let's see what Nathan's up to, though. Nathan is getting his third blue Madrasatech. Now, one thing I wanted to check up on, which we saw earlier, Nathan actually goes with infinite 300 wood as part of his build order. It's very different than what I do. See, if it was me, I would send this. In Thorcia, basically improves your chopping rate by 20%. It's literally the same thing as exotic hardwood, just for like Middle East civs. Because I'm more of a greedy Afghan player, but honestly, going with infinite 300 wood, that's more of a practicality type decision, because that wood will be more readily available to you, and you don't have to stall any time with build order trying to get those 3 Madrasatechs done. And honestly, if you're going against Haiti, of course, where they could kill you at any time if you don't get that sort of age up time that you're looking for, going with the quicker, more practical option of the 300 cords of wood, I think is honestly okay. Yeah. And then he follows it up with 700 wood here. He basically wants to get as much infrastructure out as possible. Right? He's going to get his gunsmith first. Could see a forge after that. Unless he plans on hoarding all that wood to make Gizeleches, which you could do, but I would say be careful a little bit, because enemy could just go Moshatero or Zinglin and wipe that out, since those are sort of like foot cav, if you will. So yeah, be careful with that. Sarukis and the sharp axe, kind of mirroring the market text that Codefender got for wood chopping and hunting. Right now, it looks like Codefender is getting his 600 wood. He's already sent his 700 wood. He's getting his 600 wood now. Yep, sometimes it's good to double up on those wood shipments just so you can get a ton of stuff. As Haiti. Mainly because a lot of Haiti's roster is food and wood units, so trash units if you want to think of AoE 2. So yeah, honestly, double shipping wood like that can lead to some really good outcomes in terms of planning early game aggression. You could get Moshateros as sort of like a splash cavalry. He could get Escobateros as sort of his early skirm. He could get Pickets as his pikemen. All sorts of possibilities there. He's getting about 3 casas. 3 casas. Casa here, casa here, casa there. Oh, he's going to go Moshateros with all that wood. Honestly, that's a good use of it. Moshateros, very flexible unit. They're considered heavy cavalry on foot. So they are carried by dragoons at range, as well as things with like bayonets and spears and stuff. Overall, what makes them good is they're only a 1-pop unit, so they're very spammable. They're not that expensive since they're a foot unit, right? They're pretty cheap. And they have a splash attack too, of like 1. They have the same area effect damage as a samurai, allowing them to damage multiple units at the same time. And since they have the assault tag, aka the heavy cavalry tag, they also have hand armor instead of pierce armor, which means if they do get caught in a pitch fight against like bayonets and spears, they do resist about 40% of the damage. Almost half of it, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so whatever Nathan makes, Moshateros could probably kill most of it as long as he has the right numbers. Because it says it right here in the description. In droves, resistant to skirmish and artillery fire. Yeah, basically, if you make huge armies of them, they can deal with those things quite easily. But they can kill heavy infantry too because of that hand armor, resisting their stuff. You just have to know how to work it properly. Yeah, this is a pretty big push actually. It's a pretty big push there, those Moshateros. And what's going on Nathan's side? We got the Gizelchis and the Cheriks. Yep, here's about 7 Gizelchis and the 5 Cheriks here. So, indeed, he went with the Forge. For millies, just so you know, Forge is where you make your non-gun units, and Gunsmith is where you make your gun units. It even says gun in the name, so yeah. Gunsmith is where you get your sort of muskets, skirms, dragoons, and then your Forge is where you get everything else. So, like horse archers, foot archers, spearmen, swordsmen, lancers, anything that's, not a firearm. basically the British police, right? Yeah, with their little batons. That too, probably. But yeah, overall, Chariks will be somewhat resistant to Mushateros because they're a pikeman unit, and pikeman units obviously have multipliers against Cav, so they'll do bonus damage to the Mushateros. The only problem is that the Mushateros have hand armor, so they will resist almost half of the damage of these spearmen, effectively allowing them to survive for a bit and get some work done. And obviously, the more Mushateros Codefender gets, the easier time he's going to have here. I'm honestly thinking that, Codefender's Mushatero mass has a deeper threat. And not only that, he's adding a double layer to it. He's getting Escopeteros. These are early game skirmishers, aka the crossbowmen of the Latin American culture. What makes them unique, though, is that they actually use shotgun firearms. So they do splash attack, too. So they have a splash attack, again, of about 1. So they can damage multiple units at the same time. They're closely together, effectively spraying them with bullets. Now, not all the bullets hit their target. There is sort of an accuracy sort of discrepancy in it that you can, improve later on through the arsenal. But yeah, no, combined Mushateros with Escopeteros is a big move. Yeah, and I like how Codefender's going with the stationary force of Escopeteros in his base to act as the defense force. Well, he takes the Mushatero mass and makes it the offensive force, going for raids like this one. Oh, yep. Now you understand why being able to garrison your vills inside the Mahalas is so good. You see how we decapitated 2 vills without a challenge, and then the other vill. Yeah, I was gonna say that one almost died. These ones are. See that's some good micro by Codefender, sort of blocking the pathing and taking out 2 more vills. Codefender's already gutted about 4 villagers there. And the Mushateros are now moving on to the Gizelchis because they are skirmishers. Mushateros can handle these just fine. That being said, Nathan's making an offensive push with his Chariks and his Gizelchis here. Chariks pressing into the Escopeteros, taking advantage of their hack damage, ignoring the Escopetero armor. They are sort of pulling out, though, and letting the Gizelchis do the shooting now. Gizelchis, they're also an early game skirm, but what makes them different is that they are snipers. Yeah. They get a regular range attack, and then they get a Gizel attack, which is effectively an extra 2 range attack that a unit does for the Afghans, where it goes into sort of sniper mode and actually does increase damage and stuff. And in the case of Gizelchis, more multipliers too. Yeah, that's one of the other civ bonuses for Afghans. Really, most, if not all, their gunpowder units have something called the Gizel attack, which is a specialized sniper mode where they can do a range attack 2 extra spots more than average, and an increased damage too. So if you can peek out this unit to use their Gizel attack by pulling them back a bit and getting them to shoot from that longer range, you're effectively getting more damage out of the unit, making it more valuable. That being said, though, it doesn't matter too much here, since the Mushateros are sort of coming back in an overwhelming arc to try to cut through those Gizelchis. Notice how he's coming from the bottom there, and he's going to start swinging through them like crazy. Oh yeah, no, totally. That's a big attack right there. Big attack. That's insane, dude. Wow. It's really crazy. Yeah. It's a lot of dead vills there, and then the Chariks coming from here too. Crazy stuff, yeah. Alright, more Chariks coming. And here comes the 700 gold as well. More vills, very nice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, if you're Nathan, you're gonna have to get a defense going. Yeah, that's a lot to deal with massive Mushateros with Escopeteros behind. You should probably look into getting What age are you in? Age 2 still? It's not got anything at the Madrasa yet, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, if you could get like some Madrasa techs go Fortress Age, you could get some Kodespas. Basically, one pop dragoons from the gunsmith that the Afghans can get. And they have their own Jazale attack too, by the way, so they can hit back from a farther range for more damage. That's one option. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to spam like Shariks and stuff. Yeah. But at this point, you might even consider getting some Sarbas from the gunsmiths and muskets. So that way you're not only doing the bayonet damage against the Musketeros, you can do like your full gun attack too and actually shred them apart with bullets that way. Yeah. Look at that, Red Madrasa tech coming in. First one, Tribal Dichotomy. For Afghans, Red Madrasa techs actually gives you extra explorers, but slightly nerfs their stats microscopically. Yeah. And then also gives you free dual talabs too, which is pretty cool. Basically, dual talabs being a sword and shield unit that the Afghans get. The Sorvax are like a really specialized elite KA runner with multipliers against skirms and the ability to do lethal strikes and kill units instantly. It's really nice. That's a lot of Shrieks you got there. And then the Gizelchis coming in as well. Yeah. Quite a few of them. Yeah. There's 4 Gizelchis and more Shrieks. Very nice. There's a dual tab right there. Very good. I'm trying to think what's gonna happen next here. I mean, it looks like Nathan is making that move towards Fortress Age. You can see him getting the red Madrasa techs now, bringing in more dual talabs. Also shipping in 600 wood, so he's getting more wood. Gets enough wood, he could get some more blue Madrasa techs too, and maybe bring back his villager advantage, you know? Because obviously the more blue Madrasa techs you get with Afghans, the more you get a villager advantage over your opponent. But in the case of this, where he's actually lost a lot of vills to raiding, that sort of vill advantage is sort of vanished. If not gone worse, because look at that score there. Codefender's like 7 points ahead of Nathan in terms of score. So that rating is potentially caused a huge damper. As you can see, yeah. It looks like one structures are being researched on the Haitian side. This is your second wood upgrade. Really critical if you're spamming Musketeros and Escopeteros as Haiti, of course. So that's like a really useful market tech to get, potentially. More vills coming in too. Yeah, very nice. More Mosquiteros. Very good. More vills coming in as well. Very good. Let's see what happens next, because a lot can happen here. You know, right now, I think Codefender's got a really strong anti-infantry composition. Combining assault with skirmish, that's usually a very anti-infantry combo there. But definitely the area where he's weakest in is fighting cavalry, I would say. If you're Afghans, I would say probably try to get Kadespas and Dual Talabs. That could be a good combination here. Kadespas sort of shoot their way through the Musketeros, and the Dual Talabs will eat those Escopeteros very quickly, and could even deal some lethal strikes instantly on the Musketeros too, through that RNG from their property. So yeah, that's where I'd be looking. That being said, though, Codefender is upgrading with infantry hand attack. This will actually affect Mosquiteros because, as of recently, they do have the infantry tag now, which kind of does two things. Number one, it allows them to be affected by more cards, and it also means that now they're vulnerable to anti-infantry multipliers such as lancers and cannons, which they weren't before. I guess it was an idea by Maston, because he's like, while they are considered to be cavalry, they're also infantry still, sort of. So he just wanted to give them the infantry tag, which, in some ways is good because it means they're benefited from fencing school now and stuff like that, but it also means that now cannons can kill Mosquiteros a bit better. It means that lancers can kill them better now. Or even, those Carib blowgunners with their infantry multipliers too. Both of those really, I would say, yeah. Let's see what we got here. 700 coin. Very good. Well, I think he's going to get 700 coin. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, he really has no other choices, right? He could get, advanced arsenal. He might even consider getting some battalions of Gallegos from his Arab colony or researching one of the techs there, too. It's really up to him. Alright. Looks like Nathan got his first yellow Madrasa deck done. And then he's going to get the second one. See, the second one is going to get him into Fortress Age, because that would be his 7th Madrasa deck. Because I remembered, he got 3 blue ones from before. He just got 2 red ones, and now he's going to get 2 yellow ones. So 3 plus 2 plus 2 is 7. Siete, which is enough to get the Fortress Age. I see he's also getting his second wood chopping tech himself, the large steel saw. So yeah, that'll be very helpful. Mosquiteros and Escobateros coming from the side here. You have to watch out, I think. It's getting pretty tough. Yeah. Yeah, look out for those Mosquiteros, though. Those are your main threat, I would say. Most definitely. Oh, more Giselle trees. I think those Giselle trees are making a huge difference. Because by taking his Chariks and driving him more forward, he's allowing the Giselle trees to sit back from a longer range back and effectively get their full Giselle attack out, killing those units faster with the increased damage. But the Mosquiteros do win out, and they are going to make a move onto the Giselle trees now. Without any real melee protection for his Giselles, they're going to get wiped out rather quickly by those splash attacks. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, so Nathan doesn't have any gold. Because I was going to say, now would be the time to maybe start adding in some Cadespas and dealing with the Mosquiteros. Yeah, Cadespas would be really, really resourceful here for you. But I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. Super duper complicated, right? Yeah, basically. More Chariks coming in too. Wow. Yeah, those Escobateros with their splash attack with their shotguns. Grinding the Chariks instantly. Moving on to the Giselle now, man. Yep. But it looks like Nathan is going to ship in 3 midfoot cannons and make some no cars. Honestly, good choices, you know. The mid-fuzz are really just Middle Eastern falconets, basically. What makes them different is they're a bit cheaper and less pop heavy, so you can have more of them. But they're also a bit weaker, too. Plus, he's getting the no cars, um, Middle Eastern assault cavalry, where they use a long lance to damage units from a farther range. But they also have multipliers against heavy infantry, too. So they get like 3x against heavy infantry, the hand armor of the assault class, and that extra reach with their long spear. Wanted them to avoid melee combat from enemies for a bit longer. You know, they can kind of get in like one or two attacks depending on the circumstance without taking any damage, which can be good depending on how they hold the fight. So he's got the no cars there, and then the midfizz are coming in. Let's see how the midfizz affect these matchups. Midfizz are getting some kills among the Mosquiteros, though, but the Mosquiteros are completely overwhelming the hand armor of those no cars. Even though the armor is technically the same, both units do have 40% hand armor. Looks like the bigger numbers of the Mosquiteros plus the supporting Escopeteros in the back were enough to grind them out. Now the Mosquiteros ripping through the midfizz, effectively getting rid of those as well. Yeah, this is a big move. Actually, a really big move, I would say. Yeah, totally. 100%. And then Nathan making some more chiniques, realizing, wait a second. I thought the tankiness of the no cars would be good. Now he's switching back to Spearman again with the chiniques. Kills a Mosquitero. Gets a second one, too. Now he's I got a third one. Gets rid of an Escopetero. Now he's wiping out more Mosquiteros again. Crazy. And then fighting the Escopeteros as well. Wow. The Chiriques are being the Escopeteros. Hey. Yeah, sometimes pikemen can kill skirms in this game. Depending on, numbers and stuff. Yep. Yeah, Nathan won the fight completely with like one remaining spearman. He is making more no cars though. But I'll be honest, you kind of want to hold back on the no cars until you know 100% sure your opponent is going for like heavy infantry. Because it's actually more cost efficient to just keep spamming the spearmen or adding in some Codespas of some kind. Yeah. That being said, Codefender is going to Fortress Age. He's looking to get probably some more stats on his Mosquiteros. He can get the Veteran upgrade. He can get probably the combat here, the hand infantry combat. All that should make the Mosquiteros very nice here, effectively spiking them up by 35% stats between the two improvements. Then he can maybe go for another push again, which would be really good. Yeah, basically. Plus, he's picking up his Vil upgrades, too. One for HP and the one for attack I see there. Yeah, there he goes. Leather coat and machete. And one thing I'm going to tell you, too. If Nathan wants to make Giselle cheese again, you should probably ransom for this guy here, the Explorer. Because these Maliks, as they're called for the Afghans, these Malik Explorers, they actually give a boosting aura to Giselle trees nearby. And they can even train them directly, too. Because every Middle East Civ has a unique Explorer that gives favored aura to his preferred unit, making it stronger, do more damage, and then having the ability to train that unit, too. And also, the Explorer stats are similar to that unit as well. Because if you look at the Malik, It has the Giselle attack. It has multipliers against muskets and dragoons. It acts as a little mini skirmisher in a way on top of its regular role, making it slightly better, I would say, when mixed in with your army. Oh, Malagatos. Interesting choice. So Nathan is actually going to go the mercenary route instead. So instead of making Cadespas from a gunsmith, he's actually going with Malagatos. The Malagatos are basically a mercenary from southern Brazil. So they actually use a blunderbuss to do splash damage against units as a dragoon. So they have like a splash attack of 1, and then they do 6 damage times like 3 against their cav counters and 2x against their artillery counters. So yeah, no. Stacking some Malagatos from the hookah lounge for millies should be pretty helpful. Yeah, no, you could totally stack some of these Malagatos and deal with the Musketeros very quickly. But you are going to need a lot of them, I would say. That's really about it, I would think. And then you got 6 no cars there, right? Yep. More Melagatos coming out too. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to see what else is happening here too. More Escapateros. Do you get Varen on those yet too? Yes. Varen on the Mosquiteros, Varen on the Escapateros. No cards going out for the Civites. Going for a raid. He is being pursued by the Haitian army, though, with Mosquiteros. That's a big stack right there. That's honestly a really threatening stack. Tell me about. As soon as they weave their way in there, those little pings of their splash stacks are going to add up, and he's going to lose all his stuff there. Yeah. Brutal. And it's Haiti, by the way. You can actually recover your villagers, too, if they get killed like this. You can use the voodoo magic ability to turn them back into zombies. And allow them to basically come back as a zombie to just walk slower. And if you can kill the zombie, then the zombie just dies. So yeah, Haitian villagers basically have a second life. They have their first life, they get killed, they can be turned into a zombie, and if they get killed again as a zombie, then they're gone for good. Yeah, basically. It only costs about 10 food to do, so I always recommend players do it. No, I don't know why nobody ever takes advantage of this. Nobody ever takes advantage of this because of how cheap it is. It's not expensive. Why don't people just revive their Haitian villagers as zombies? It's a pretty smart idea, I would say. Yeah. Okay, some more chiliques followed by melagatos. Very, very nice. And there comes those melagatos now using their splash attack. Cutting through the escripateros there in the front. Driving them forward to make their micro work a bit better. Very, very nice. More escripateros coming. Did you get an arsenal yet, by the way? Alright, the Menagatos going for it. But this is the problem. Even though the Menagatos have a splash attack themselves and a good one at that, they still are going to get overwhelmed quickly by the bigger, growing number of the Escopateros. Biggest advantage for Codefender right now, tons of units. He also has a large volume of units. And he's also building a good economy, too. Picking up refrigeration. Refrigeration's actually gets food rate up. On top of getting the campesinate there from the haciendas. I'll give him some really good food. And just so you know, haciendas for Wars Liberty Lily just renamed mills. Yeah, they're not the same as the haciendas we have with Definitive in Mexico. No. No, it's definitely not. It's just plain old mills with a special name on them, pretty much. Yeah. So I know there's some people that are wondering about that. Yeah, basically that's the case, I would say. Yeah. What's Nathan up to? Is he gonna... I mean, honestly, you gotta do something about those Escopateros. What are you gonna do? I think you're gonna need artillery. I just don't know how he's gonna do it with his current economy. His current economy is kind of messed up. Okay, see, what he's doing is he's picking up fruit picking from his bazaar there. So he can get his berry gather rate up on these poppy bushes that he gets through the Yo Madras attacks. And then the berry bushes here. Yeah, no. Should probably try to get all that right away so he can basically, you know, get a berry gathering and get some cans of some kind. Does he even have a foundry? He does not, so that's one area where he's definitely going to suffer here, I think. Yeah. Yep, that Mahalo's going to go down very quickly, which is going to cut Nathan off of 20 population plus the village inside. Man, he's taking some real heat right here. Right now, that's not good. Definitely not good. Hopefully he can turn around quickly, because it's not going to look too good when it's all said and done, I think. Ooh, the Mother Nature got in the way and tried to attack. Wow. What treasure is this? Oh, just an Explorer XP one? Yeah. Okay. At this point, Nathan has, like, no comeback. There's nothing he can really do. He's just trying to figure it out, I would say. But yeah, no. It's very, very tough. The sieging continues because Nathan still can't counter this stuff. He is trying to get a mercenary shipment in of Cindy Jawans. Yeah, the Cindy Jawans are basically just like mercenary muskets that he's basically going to try to use to fight this stuff back with. Yeah, let's see if the Cindy Jawans can help out at all with this combined force of veteran Choriks and Malagatos. Yeah, here's the Jawans. They have a range attack of like 72, though. Good stats. I mean, their HP is not a lot. It's only 325, but their damage output is great. They also have some good melee multipliers, too. So, yeah, pretty strong unit. Okay, and so the Jawans and the Malagatos trying their best to be range support while the Choriks tried to make a move on the Musketeers on the left. Unfortunately, just not enough stuff, not enough quality. And then the much more bigger mass of Musketeers and Escobateros will win the fight. It looks like that's the case. And GG's there. Codefender takes the first win. And I think even if Nathan tried to hold out a bit longer, Codefender would have been able to afford the Kako upgrade on the Escobatero, Royal Guard, and the Calenda upgrade on the Mosquiteros, effectively turned into RG units. And that would have been even worse because Latin American Royal Guard upgrades actually cheapens the unit rather than making them have an extra attack bonus and stuff. So yeah, no, this could have ended real badly, even more badly, I should say, if Nathan tried to hold out all. But yeah, GG's either way. We're gonna go into game number 2 now. Let's see what they got. Should be pretty fun in the sun. Let's do it. Trying to close the game out. There we go. Alright, let's boot up again. Loading it up right now. Here we go. Where's Libby's loading up again for round number 2 of this best of 11. Trying to get to the name now. Game number 2 of the best of 11. Let's do it. Right now, codefender's up 1. Maybe Nathan can come back here. We'll see. Let's see what the final score is on these matches. Alright, so Nathan changes to the Peruvians, inspired by Viringo. And then codefender plays as Brazil. Very nice. Good blind American match. Honestly, if this was like probably like a month or 2 ago, I would have just said Peru was like in the clear here and they would have an easy time. But I've seen people like Gilder know Brazil very good, and people like Jeff. So really is an even match, I think, particularly because Peru isn't necessarily one of the strongest Latin civs in terms of like outright raw strength. So I think potentially Brazil can, I think essentially Brazil can hold their own here and counter pretty well. Especially if they utilize their voluntarios very good, I think. Alright, now we see units being trained here by Brazil. One thing to know about Brazil, instead of just single villager training, Brazil actually uses the same block system for villagers, effectively training villages in groups of 3 for a cost of about 210 coin. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, just like the Russians, but you'd pay a little bit less in coin than you do with food as the Russians. Yeah. It's supposed to sort of represent the slave trade of Brazil and how they used to buy up slaves from Africa and stuff. But yeah, no. Constantly happen to get these batches of slaves here actually forces you to macro both gold and food. So that you can get your food age up going. You also have enough gold mined. Then you can effectively keep these batches of 210 blocks of 3 villagers going too. So it's a bit complicated when you're playing Brazil, and I think that's a big reason why I always not complain about Brazil. I always say they're a bit of a challenge for me, is because I know I have to macro between two things, food and gold, which is a little complicated. 300 food shipment. That's one way to get around the trouble, I guess. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's not a bad idea. So that way you can time your build order like this to get like 11 vills, and then when the food arrives, just pick it up and age up. That way it feels a bit more like a French style build order, where you get 9 CBDs and you ship in 3. This is a little bit weaker in terms of your age up economy, but at least it ages you up on time so you can like respond to Peru. So I feel like the biggest threat from Peru is them going down barracks and rushing you outright with things like mosquiteros and legion piranhas. So you gotta be really careful with that when you're facing Peru. And I think for Brazil, it's normally kind of a slow agricultural sieve to get set up. That 300 food there can sort of lock and guarantee that age up time that they need to block the rush. Most definitely. What is it again for German Wave? Good choice. German Wave gives you food crates and outposts too. Effectively allowing you to turtle a lot better in your base, I would say. That should be very helpful, actually. What about Nathan, though? What is he again? He is getting the Chinese Wave. Pretty Varingo inspired, I think. Chinese will give you a couple of goats. And the Chinese have some good units too early on. The Coolie, which is basically a sapper you can use to siege buildings. And then the Calapintadas, a newer unit. Basically mounted Chinese rebel cavalry with lances that have multipliers against skirms. Statistically similar to the Step Riders in the 5th edition for the Chinese Civ. Pretty good lineup overall, I would say. Yeah. I mean, honestly, we're going to have to see, I think, mainly what Brazil gets with their agricultural wagon. Because every time you age up as Brazil, you get a free agricultural wagon, which you can turn into a mill or a plantation. And from that, you can sort of decide how that player operates, what they go for, really. And that can be, something fascinating. Okay, so no, okay. I was just checking for a particular card there. Doesn't look like he has it, so there is a good chance that codefender just gets plantation here. Maybe. We'll see. We'll definitely have to check it very close. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see how this turns out then. Um, Alright, looks like Brazil is aging up now. Where's that immigrant colony go? Right in the back? Yep, good spot for it. Outpost right here. And then wagon. Let's see where this goes. Alright, so now Nathan gets 5 cholos, 5 villagers. Okay. 3 vills, 700 wood, 5 vill. Pretty standard stuff. Means he's locked and loaded in age too. That's the main thing. He's not going to be going for any sort of fast fortress into this stuff. He's really just going to be staying in H2 and going either Mushatero, Banero, or Legion Piranha from the barracks there. And all three of those had their own sort of advantages and disadvantages, I think. We'll have to see what he goes for exactly. Tactically there to try to get a win, I think. Oh, Legion Piranha. Okay. So this is the Grenadier route. Yeah. Basically, Wars Liberty completely rewrote the script on how Grenadiers work in the game. So instead of just being this pop-heavy, bomb-throwing unit, they sort of turned them into a more realistic infantry unit, where they are essentially a musketeer, if you will. So they're like range-heavy infantry, but they have a charge attack where they throw the grenade. And instead of having, anti-cav properties like in a regular line infantry, they're more geared towards anti-infantry by having pierce armor and no multipliers against cav. So while musketeers are a musket unit that uses a bayonet to kill cavalry, Legion Piranhas simply get rid of that bayonet multiplier feature so that they can have a charged bomb throw. And that actually allows them to effectively do some really good multiplier damage to enemy infantry. If you look at it closely here, the charged grenade attack does 2 splash, crush damage, and 1.25 against infantry, effectively allowing it to basically wipe a lot of infantry units off their feet on the first hit in a decent sized stack. So yeah, has some really interesting stuff there overall. Looks like 6 more Legion Piranhas are coming in. And trained up some more Legion Piranhas here too. There's about 5 of them. Then training in another one as well, it looks like, yeah. Yep, you're gonna have to pull back. Mushateros are coming in to get you now. Yeah, 5 Mushateros versus 5 Legion Piranhas. Mushateros are gonna win in that matchup, even if those Piranhas get an ideal charge throw there. Because here's the thing: while they do have like a multiplier against infantry with their charge attack, right? One thing that sets them back is the fact that these guys have a shock tag being sort of like a cav unit on top of infantry, right? So effectively the malice against cav negates the multiplier against infantry in this case, effectively giving them a bit of immunity. Yeah, totally. And now it looks like the Mushateros and the Conscriptos are going to pull back. Conscriptos are basically the standard musketeer unit of Latin American civs. Then we already explained what Mushateros are, basically foot cav with splash attack. Looks like the Peru's just going to keep spamming the Legion Piranhas though. Looking to get a really strong charge attack in there and push their enemy, it seems like, yeah. Bill's being killed off there. Very nice. Yeah, basically at this point, Codefender is trying to play it off defensively with the stack of Mushateros and Conscriptos. At the moment, I think he's not even engaging it because he kind of wants to wait for that 5 Mushatero shipment to come in. And he might have enough assault units at that point to make a strike at those Grenadiers. Because this is one thing you always see in matchups where people go with Grenadier units. It's always a death ball that gradually grows. The more Grenadiers that they get, the more charged throws there is, the more collective defense there is. And eventually, even if you're going Cav, a huge stack of Grenadiers can effectively kill that. Because they do have the heavy infantry tag still, so they can actually, tank Salwar hits, anti-skirms, that sort of thing. Making them a wholly different beast, I would say. Yeah. How about Peru? I'm going to get back to Peru, man. To Peru. Okay, so he's getting his Campaña de Restauración. That actually increases the overall attack of the nation pros by 15 and adds another additional 15% just to the hand attack. So it's a 30% buff to melee and a 15% buff to all the ranged actions on the unit. Effectively making it a really powerful buff to just the Grenadier with that card. Looks like they're all wiping through those villages right now. Really big strike there. Yeah. Yep. Look at those slaves going down very quickly. Charge grenade throw hits some of those Mosquiteros too. And that's something you'll see as well. Eventually, because all your Grenadiers sort of throw at different times, you'll see these like different synergies there where, one of your Grenadiers will be lucky enough to throw a grenade that like instantly kills a unit and then allows the Grenadier mass to survive and push even further than they normally would without those charged grenade throws. Making them a really surprisingly efficient unit when it comes to offense. Yeah. Plus, it seems like Codefender doesn't necessarily understand the Brazil Civ that much. So he is kind of suffer under the way of that, I think. Yeah. 100%. Yep, more Legion pawns coming in, and yeah, GG. GG Murren. GG Murren. Yeah, good game there by Nathan. Getting a number onto his score there. Onto his scorecard. That's pretty good. Overall, I think it just came to a misunderstanding of how Brazil works for Codefender. Codefender's a very capable opponent that really understands AoE3's mechanics very good. But when he fumbles that bad, it's usually because he just doesn't understand the Civ that much. And I'll be honest, yeah, I know Brazil is a tough Civ to understand because you have to plan things a very meticulous way not to die as Brazil. So honestly, that seems pretty factual. Yeah. All right, so now we're going to game number 3, I think. Right? We scroll that up now. This one here, let's get that one. So now Nathan is going Brazil because he felt bad for Codefender not understand the Civ, so he's going to play the Civ now. We'll see if Nathan suffers a similar fate as Codefender is the Civ, or if he actually has already mastered them or not. Yeah. Codefender, though, frustrated with his loss, decides to go back to Haiti again. Yeah. So we're going to see Codefender's best Civ of the series versus his worst Civ of the series against each other in real time. Pretty funny, huh? Yeah, literally Codefender retaliating by playing the Civ that he won in game one, and then his opponent, to troll him drastically, is playing against him with the Civ that Codefender lost in game two, to prove what a Giga Chad and a Sigma he is for being him with the Civ that he couldn't do. Yeah, I mean, if Codefender Nathan pulls this off for Brazil, I'd be pretty impressed. Because Brazil is a very tough Civ to do in early, and Haiti is one of the best early Civs in Latin America. Like, I put Haiti very high on tier lists. So, if Brazil, somehow beats Haiti at their own game, I would be, like, really eye-opened at it, basically. It would be very substantial to me. No doubt about that at all. Yeah. Go with Nathan here again. Trying to look at his deck too. Yeah, I remember Nathan's deck. He has a lot of crates. He has like all the upgrades. He also has Codissimo too, so if he wants to go Outlaws, he actually has that option as well. Yeah. He also likes running the Argentine Brigade, so if he wants to ship in Horse Grenadiers and Fortress Age, he does have that option too. Yeah, basically. Now that I think about it, I think if I remember correctly, didn't Nathan beat Gilder as Brazil in a Brazil mirror? No, I think he did. Right? Because I think Gilder got the unit choices wrong or something, and Nathan was able to cap on that. Yeah, no. So I think this could be a real challenge, actually. This could be a real challenge if Codefender gets it wrong here. I mean, it's gonna be hard for him to get it wrong because all he has to do is run the same comp he did last time, and he could probably just win with that. Going Mushatero Escopatero. But we'll see. I mean, things can obviously change in the match at any time, so we'll have to watch it very, very carefully indeed. When are they aging up? Not for a while. Looks like Nathan uses a bit of a different build order there than his opponent, and doesn't actually add in about 300 food crates. He does have 300 coin crates though. And I'm assuming that's what he shipped in, right? Why would he go for coin crates, by the way? What is he doing? Unless he's going deliberately for another slave trade there of 3 vills in a block. That would sort of be my only prediction there, honestly. I really couldn't think of anything else he could do there, basically. Yeah, no, totally. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens, honestly. It's very interesting. First Airwave. So he's playing it very similarly to he did in game one. I think that's great. Whereas Nathan's gonna go German. Ooh, CSA. Okay, he's gonna go Outlaw probably. I guarantee you. If he's going CSA immigrants, he's probably going Outlaw. If he has that card in his deck with the Cadizimo. You know why? You know why I'm saying that is because Confederate Age Up gives you a Town Hall. And it's the Town Hall that when you build it, gives you the Caudillo that you can make the Outlaws with. So if he's running Cadizimo, he actually has to have a Town Hall built for him not only to get the original Caudillo, but the second one that the card gives you too. It also cuts the Outlaws pop cost by 2 as well. So yeah, that he's basically going to be going Outlaw, I think. Which is totally fine since Brazil actually has about 4 Outlaws instead of the usual 3. Since Brazil has a special Sid bonus where they get an extra option on all the unique Latin American features. So they get an extra Immigrant Age Up option. They get an extra Royal Guard. They get an extra Outlaw. I don't know about the rest. Because it used to be the case you used to have an extra religion too, back when religion was present in the game. So yeah, they like to have extra stuff, basically. Extra cheese on the pizza. Most definitely. Yep, 3 more slaves there, it looks like. Batched up for when that age up finishes, so be able to queue those vills in right away. Town Hall there, CSA Confederate Colony there. Cadizimo coming in as predicted, so we're going to see Outlaws. Just like with the Outlaws in the vanilla game, Outlaws usually just cost gold. So yeah, mine. And it actually synergizes well with Brazil because obviously you have to pay 210 coin to get a slave trade of about 3 vills from the TC. So he's gathering the gold anyway, so he may as well just go with troops that also cost just gold as well. And not only that, with the agricultural wagon bonus, Nathan was able to build a free plantation. So if he runs out of this mine and for whatever reason gets pressured into his base and can't get to this silver mine here, he can just fall back onto his plantation that he conveniently has behind his TC. And at least get about 10 gatherers onto there, which is really nice. It's exactly what he's looking for there, I think, for defense, which is really good. He's going to open up with the Salteadores. These are outlaw dragoons. So they're good against things dragoons are normally good against, like assault tag, artillery, and then also scout units and melee. Plus, this outlaw too has multipliers against explorers, so they can kill units with the hero tag as well, which is really nice. Particularly for Cids that rely heavily on their explorers, like Mapuche or Maori, where they're absolutely essential to doing critical Civ functionalities. Yeah, look at the stats. It's about 24 range attack with 12 range. HP is about 240. Movement speed's pretty quick. Yeah, let's see if what he gets done with the Assault the Terradors. Oh man, here comes the Escopeteros going after the Siltheodors. Escopeteros are going to deal some really good splash attack there, and they'll have to pull out, it looks like. Yeah, big time. Oh yeah, that's right. Haiti also gets a really good card here. I'll show you. It's called Rum Industry, and basically it gives you two gold works. Gold works are basically special factories that trickle gold, but unlike banks, they actually cost 3 population space to field. But that's not all. They can also be upgraded too. So they don't stay at the base rate that they start at. You can actually get like a veteran, a guard, and imperial level upgrade on them. So they gain strength over time, basically in terms of like trickling. Yeah. What are these? The Pygadors? Okay, that's another strong outlaw option. Basically, it's a scout unit like a coyote runner, but they have like a nuclear siege attack, a siege attack of like 40. So you definitely want to watch out for these Saltatierradors if you can. Yeah. Eight Escopeteros shipped in. Very nice.
¿Qué querés? ¿Cuál es su orden? Dígame, señor. A sus órdenes. ¿Qué querés? A sus órdenes.
So it looks like, yep, double Plagador queue there. What's going to happen is basically once he gets enough of these Plagadors, he can effectively just go after his TC and try to siege stuff. Yeah, it's pretty helpful. Now, you're going to have to be careful, though, right? Obviously, you're going to have to sneak around. Got the TC, got the houses. So if you can do that, I think it's pretty good. Yeah. He's got boosted up by the Explorer, right?
A sus órdenes.
Yeah, I
Dígame,
think he
señor.
does.
A sus
Cool.
órdenes. ¿Qué querés?
I'm just trying to see here.
A sus órdenes. ¿Qué querés?
I mean, these Caudillos also boost the stats of the play Outlaws too, but I don't think it's a huge difference because when I looked at the difference in damage output, it was off. The siege, the hand attack was the same. Oh, popcorn, yeah, it's Suinima. His Gafas says like Suisei from Hoshiomi Suisei from Hololive, Suinima.
¿Qué querés?
That's what this is exactly. Big
Dígame,
time.
señor.
And then you got some Salteadors coming out too. Very nice.
A sus órdenes.
More slave trade going. Very nice.
¿Qué más pues?
Make sure that your Salteadors are aimed at the Mosquiteros though for like maximum benefits. Oh man, watch out for that splash attack. Oh god. Oh no, it's coming in. It's coming in deep. It's coming in deep there. That's insane, man. Wow. Crazy. Brutal. Can't make that stuff up, man, honestly. Crazy. So it looks like Brazil today is trash. Yeah. Whoever plays Brazil gets cursed with a loss. So now it looks like Codefender's up 2-1 in the best of 11 today. Wow, good work. Why am I dragging on to my monkey icon up there? Weird. Alright, so 2-1. Now we're moving on to game number 4. Brazil is now officially a poop sieve once again. Really bad. And Haiti is S tier because Haiti has literally won 2 games in a row today. Non-stop. So, good for you, Haiti. Sucks to be Brazil. Let me find the next one now. Game number 4, let's do it. Oh, Ethiopia. Codefender running Ethiopia. Smart move. But Nathan's running Serbia. This is a scary matchup. I like this matchup. This is a good one. Serbs versus Ethiopians. You got like the ultimate turtle civ Ethiopia versus the ultimate aggro civ Serbia. Yeah, well, not the ultimate aggressive. The ultimate aggressive in Moore's Libby would probably be like Zulu or Haiti. Serbia is like a runner-up, I would say. The way that Serbia really works well is when you kill Serbian units, military units, they leave behind like a little cemetery grave for like a few seconds, and that cemetery grave ends up boosting the attack of the nearby units, making them like fight harder. It's kind of like a real psychological bonus, like a real thing based on like actual human psychology. When you kill someone's comrade in battle, the other ones get angry and try to kill you and revenge and stuff. So yeah, no, it's there's some like some psychological annotations in there. It's pretty cool actually in terms of gameplay because it means effectively the more the enemy units that you destroy, the more risky it is for you too because their attack will go up like tenfold and wipe you out. It's not infinite though. It's not like if you like say shoot a falcon at like 100 units, the other ones become like 1,000 attack. No, it caps at about 15 dead units. I think 10 or 15. It's not a big number because in the old days it didn't have a cap on it. And if you like use the falconet to wipe out like 50 muskets, the other ones would have like 190 attack, and it was like whoa. Yeah, no, but they really tempered it down. Really tempered it down, which I think is good. Definitely don't want to be doing 190 range attack muskets, even if it's only for like 10 to 15 seconds, right? Sometimes that's all it can take to like win the game. So yeah, no, it can definitely be a real concern for sure. That happens, yeah. On the other hand, Ethiopia is going to get their library up in their apartment. I'm not kidding. This house is literally called an apartment, man. They started out with very low housing space, and with like each blue library tech you get from the library, their pop space goes up, which is really cool. Yeah, no, African civs, at least for now, have the prototype to what became the Wars of the Middle Eastern Madrasa. Before they added the madrasa to the game in the Middle East culture, the Africans were using a very similar age-up system called the library. And that's what they still use now until they get reworked out in favor of another age-up system called the cultural aspects one, which will be like a regular town center age-up and just have different bonuses that you can grow or you can just pick different ones. It's kind of cool. It looks like he's going to open with the farming card there. Which one? The grain economy, aka the bag of flour. This will give you a 2.1 trickle of food. Effectively the same as Colbertism for vanilla AoE 3. But interestingly enough, when you're playing as Ethiopia, you're gonna be spamming yellow library text. And there's a reason for that. Yellow library text actually give you food crates back. So if you put in food to get a yellow library text, sometimes you not only break even in terms of food, but actually get a little bit extra back too, making it very rewarding. Yeah, pretty much. Now, definitely the hardest part of library text is that some of them cost export later on. And you need to use a whole different mechanic with the Civ to do that, since the African villagers don't just auto-generate export while they're working. You actually have to like construct these things called spice stalls and have your villagers collect it through that means. Yeah. Spice Market. Very nice. This is the second yellow library tech, and I think no, not this one. There's another. I think it's the third one. You actually make back more food than it costs, which means that yeah, no, you basically get some good profitability with it, pretty much, which is really cool. Yeah, basically. And by the way, Balkan cities like Serbia actually don't age up through the TC. They actually do it through all exterior buildings like the barracks, the stable, the foundry, and such. And because of that, you can actually build a barracks, stable, or foundry in age 1, just so you can get the age up. Pretty cool, huh? In this case, he's getting Alexa Nenadovic. Alexa Nenadovic gives you some free skirmishers called Hajuks that you can rush your opponent with right away. So yeah, that's usually the strongest age up, I think, for Serbia, usually. Unless I'm mistaken. It's the one I always get. Also, with Balkan civs, your explorers can actually be killed. When they are killed, they leave behind a hero statue, which allows other nearby units to have a better rate of fire when around the statue, which is pretty cool. Retraining your explorer actually isn't that expensive. It's only like 50 wood, right? Yeah, 50 wood. So as long as you have wood stockpiled, you can like get these guys back very quickly. Which is really cool. Yeah. And see, he already has like military ready to go. Unfortunately, though, he won't be able to attack right away because, unfortunately, Ethiopia is like a massive turtle sieve. Pretty much with Ethiopia, every blue library tech you get also increases your hit points on your structures. And then your red library techs will also increase your damage for the buildings too. So like when you garrison normally in a town center, the max damage is like 90. Eventually, it can get up to like something brutal, like 200 and something, even more, for the TC, effectively instantly killing a lot of units, particularly infantry. Pretty scary, huh? Yeah, no, it is. So yeah, no, Ethiopia is like a real monstrosity of a turtle sieve. And then they get backed up with like a lot of economy card options and a really solid array of military units too. So Ethiopia can definitely take advantage of that turtle very good usually. Well, Ethiopia sets up their turtle. I'm probably just gonna like heat up a quick sandwich if you don't mind with some cheese and mustard, because I have to use up the rest of that queso before it gets moldy. So give me a quick moment to do that. Oh wait a second, what's going on here? We got forward. We got forward rush. Let's see what's going on there before I do anything. So he is running recruits. Recruits are. Wait a second now. We got something going on here. I can't get up yet. The recruits are basically a special musket for the Balkans, is right? They have lower than average hit points, but they have higher than average attack. Particularly their range attack. Their range attack is like 27. That's a big number. Because normally muskets have a range attack of like 23. That's like +4. Basically like the Yulon Musketeers, if that makes any sense. Yeah. The Hajuks are the same way. Their HP is like really abysmal. But their range attack is a little bit more. Plus they get better multipliers against stuff. Because normally early game skirmishers like crossbows and such have like really poor multipliers, particularly against the heavy infantry. But these guys do 2x against heavy infantry, effectively making them feel almost like Fortress Siege skirms in a way, making them a lot better. So yeah, no, totally. Plus, it looks like Serbs are also shipping in the Hajduk's too. So they're getting a bit of add skirmishers into that mass as well, it looks like. Villa's dead. Really the best you can do against Ethiopia, because look at what happens. The range attack right now looks pretty mild, but it's going to incline pretty quickly once Codefender starts to get more red library attacks. He hasn't researched any yet, so that's why it seems kind of normal right now. He's also getting his first blue library attack too, pipe water. So yeah, once he starts picking these up, his building stats become really gnarly and scary. But he went the full first 4 Yale library texts, which is going to grant him a Fortress Age. Yep. Yeah, basically the library is a lot different than the madrasa. Basically the way the library works is the order in which you get the text does matter, whereas with the madrasa it doesn't. Madrasa mostly cares about the number of texts that you get, whereas the library cares about which ones you get. Like, you either have to be really intense on one color, or have to like equally distribute your stuff between all 3 colors for you to actually get an age up, which is kind of weird, but yeah, it's basically the way the trigger system works in a way. Yeah. Now, why is he gonna get in Fortress Age? Does he have troops, right? He has Ascari, revolving can. He could get the pistoleros into from Degradados. If he has influence export, he could get these. 13 Sapoys, 14 Academicos, and 1 Rebald. Oh, you get an organ gun with that? I never used to know that you could get organ guns with the Portuguese stuff. Huh, interesting. Especially considering organ guns are no longer in the game, right? They kind of replaced the Portuguese organ guns with just falconets. So, yeah, it's kind of neat to see organ guns still being used somewhere, I guess. Yeah. If Codefender ends up winning with that, I'd be super surprised. Now, what he's going to get instead, though, is a cool card here called Prazo. No, he wasn't. Okay. I was going to say he was going to get Prazo to get, like, a secondary TC to help him turtle like crazy, but he's going to get Prazo. He had a bit of a brain glitch there. He didn't know what he was going to do, so it's like, you know what? Let's get Prazo. Why is the game C slow? I don't know. It might be slow-mo. Yeah, it might be slow-moing. I don't know. Is it me, or does it always seem like when certain people play these matches, there's always slow-mo in the recordings? I don't know. It's something we see sometimes in the 5th edition too. Yeah. I don't know what we can do to fix it. Yeah, I'm just not totally sure about myself. It feels like whenever Codefender and Nathan play against each other, there's always slow-mo in the recordings, but it's not too bad. You know, it's not too bad. Because I'll tell you, I've seen some very serious slow-mo in the 5th edition 3, where, like, literally it takes, like, 10 times as long to get through the recording. Yeah, no. I don't mind it as much because it allows me to basically, like, talk through stuff a lot quicker. And here's the other thing, too. Like, if I wanted to play it on fast, it does play fast when you put it on fast, by the way. That's the difference between here and the 5th edition 3. On the 5th edition 3, if I, like, press fast forward, this it wouldn't even fix the slow mo, and it would keep playing like super slow and stuff. So yeah, I think it's just something related to when they record at the time. Maybe I don't know. It's weird. It's weird stuff. It's weird stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. But here we go. We got a fight. We got recruits and Hajusi and some mule artillery. Yeah. Here we go, man. It's coming in hot, coming in deep. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, and unfortunately here we don't have different fast forward settings either. We can't like stick it on a slightly faster fast forward. So, yeah, it's either we play it at normal speed or we go to the super speed, yeah. So I know you don't want me to do. Probably not. Yeah, basically. Alright, here's some siphon here. Very nice. And then the 700 woods coming in too, right? Yep. Very cool. Very nice. Very sweet. Very good. It's like one video died. Look at look at what happens. Basically, you see the Byzantine flag underneath the unit's feet, and that basically increases their stats. Pretty much, yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, how they have like a little Byzantine flagish thing underneath them. Now, in this situation, it looks like Codefender might have been off more than he could chew, because he didn't set up a good defense. Does he have a way of like defending? Because he's actually losing his TC. Oh my, what? Oh my god, man. This is not supposed to happen. If you're a good Ethiopia, you're not supposed to let your TCs die and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. What you doing, man? Oh my god. He's not doing this right, man. You should like study Alucard. He knows how to turtle well with Ethiopia. Yeah, no. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, no. Codefender really screwed this really bad. Like, dude. And the shipments are coming in. See, you gotta finesse this a certain way, otherwise this happens. Yeah. It's really, really tough, dude. I'm like looking at this and like, and then he has to build a TC over here, and it's Yeah, Alucard would know how to turtle this stuff appropriately and like time up his troops and stuff. But yeah, no. That's why you gotta be really strategic here with this stuff, man. If you don't do it, then it's like really tough, dude. Very tough indeed. 100%. That's a lot of Scythemen. Yeah, those Scythemen are basically really good siege. The thing that makes Scythemen particularly good compared to like regular pikemen is that while they're, I think they're a little bit less, what's to say, their just base damage is a little less. They make up for the fact that they do splash attack, right? They have an area of effect of like 1, and then they have 6x against cavalry. So, really good specialists against cav units, and some splash attack too, kind of making them like little mini samurai. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, because with like Japanese, like again, samurais like super expensive and stuff. These guys are really affordable. They're only like 50 food, 50 wood, very affordable. Yeah, no, totally, big time. And then 2 revolving cannons, very nice. Well, GG on that one. GG Merwin on that one. So, looks like the score is settled. It's 2-2 right now. Yeah. Nathan coming back as the Serbs. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Late build defense in 10 minutes too late. It's in 8 minutes good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Codefender is really delayed with his Ethiopia turtling, man. Yeah, that's why I sort of said, like, basically go watch Alucard's builds, and you'll know how to time everything with Ethiopia perfectly. Yeah, totally right, Fufi, on that one. Yeah, there's a lot to learn there, I would say. Yeah, big time. So let's go to. So let's go to game number 5, right? This one. Very nice. Let's see who wins game number 5 in the best of 11. Okay, so we got Nathan playing as Chinese, Triming Tufahara, and Codefender is doing Ethiopia again. Now this one could go very bad if Codefender hasn't learned his lesson yet, because China is, really good aggression civ. So yeah, not much more to say about that. I mean, I think we sort of know all the background information here, at least for now, as it pertains to the match. So yeah, if I'm gonna get my little cheese sandwich, I'm gonna do it right now. So let me do that. I'm just gonna leave it on view here with Ethiopia for you. Let these guys sort of get their stuff, and then by the time I get back, hopefully something fun will happen. Oh, nice library. Didn't miss much, did I? No. Cool. Alright, so these guys are in age 2 now, right? Wait a second. Nathan hasn't aged up yet. He's still aging up as China? And he built a monastery? How'd he do that? Oh, he sent a holy refuge. Okay. I think I remember that about Nathan. He always sends this. That's kind of a late age up for China, TBH. If I was going up against Ethiopia, I would not want to do that. I think that's a big blunder, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, so basically once you get to Summer Palace, you obviously get 400 food, and then you get constant free banner armies of your choice from this structure as well. So yeah. I do like, though, the fact that he has a monastery this early now. He's trickling in some XP. That's good. That's obviously great. 700 wood. Cool. And then he's probably just going to focus on units. Again, his Chukanu, Nians, Tigerman, and then the White Bear Cav, right? I think it definitely helps Ethiopia out here a lot that Nathan had such a delayed age up in age too, because now he might be able to set up his turn one time even if he is delayed. That's what you gotta look at, I think, in this perspective. Yeah. Uh, Blue 1. Okay, first HP buff to his buildings. Where's... Okay, so Nathan's getting a War Academy, right? Yep. He's got one, and he's getting the consulate, too. You got, Intrigue, right? Great. You could probably go Germany and get the... Make car for line infantry there. That could be a solid option, I think. Yeah, totally. 100%.
下命令。是的。
Red Banner Army, good choice. You got Tigerman and Chukanuz there. Perfect.
请下命令。是的，准备就绪。是的，请下命令。
Yep, get the Russian Expeditionary Company of 13 Opolshene pikemen. Good thing.是的。
Что?
准备就绪，请下命令。
Приказ.
是的。
Alright, so it looks like Codefender actually got the Degregados as his fast fortress here. Okay. So, yep, basically Degregados gives you about 6 pistoleros, and it improves them by 35% stats. Effectively, you know, again, their stats up really good. Yeah. Is it me, or do they still look weak, though? No, they look kind of weak. Why they only have like 21 range attack? That's like really bad. That makes no sense at all. I don't know. It's like he's got all those red library attacks. They should actually be really buffed out. Seems a little sus. Here comes the Nathanias. Wow, that's a lot of Red Banner Army spam there. Look at all the Red Banner Armies again. Tons of Tigerman and tons of Chukanus. These were essentially the replacement to the Quangs. So they have the same kind of stat profile. And then the Chukanus, you know about them. And the ends are just reskin Stepbriars. And here's all the Upper Cheyennes from Russia. All the pikemen. Ugh. Coughing spells, man. Crazy. Yeah. Ugh. There we go. All good now, I think. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, Nathan is getting the bear spam, I think, honestly. Because you're going to need more towers in this. You're going to need a lot more towers in this. Alright, he's got another TC, good. 2 revolving cans. Kibra and Nagast. This gets us infantry stats up by 15%. Okay, fair enough. Has he even gotten, like, the first set of, like, upgrades for the, Neftanyas yet? Like the Demofter gun in the R1? I don't think so. Revolving cans need to be behind the towers, buddy. Otherwise you're gonna get cooked. Oh, yeah, no. Let's see what these revolving cans do. Yeah, as long as the revolving can get some good value before it croaks is good. Yeah, no, it's getting a lot done. He also still has Nathanias and Ascaris here, so that's great. Yeah, basically in this game the roles are a bit reversed. Here the Nathanias are muskets and the Ascaris are skirmishers. Of course, in the 5th edition, right, it's total opposite. Ascaris are actually a musket unit. And then the Nathanias would be a skirmisher. So, yeah. Must be a bit weird for people used to seeing the roles flipped here. Yeah, pretty much that's the case. Tower. Can you repair that? I'm surprised David just didn't siege this tower. It's like only down to 33 HP, man. Because he could repair that and get it back up in full order. Especially since he has so much wing gold right now. But it's all about paying attention, man. If he doesn't pay attention and he fumbles it, then yeah, that could totally happen there. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say, dude. Yeah, pretty much, son. He did send that Portuguese shipment I was talking about that has the organ gun in it. He's got the Rebuld working right now. It's a consulate yard, right? Yeah, so like they'll actually get Shadow Tech with each age up, correct? Yeah, I think so. That's from what I understand.
Sim. Qual é a sua ordem?
And then he's getting the 13 Sepoys. That's a big shipment, actually. 13 Sepoys. All of Shadow Tech the Veteran, too. I think in this game, Codefender kind of got the recipe right. Well, maybe no. I think Nathan's setup with with China is a little too slow. Like if it was sanding speed, Chinese spam like Metal 6-9 does it, or like the way I do it or something, I think we would have been at Codefender's gate a lot quicker. But the way it's happening here, I just feel like, you know, Nathan's slow, delayed age up and push gave Codefender all the time he needed to get all his ducks in a row with the shipments, and now he's like taking full advantage of it at this point. Yeah. Still not repairing this tower though is a bad idea, Codefender. You should totally repair it. It's no excuse. You gotta stockpile. Always repair your buildings when your enemy leaves, especially if they're defensive things like towers and forts and stuff. Because it's a real crying shame when you lose those, because it makes you much more vulnerable. Yeah. You could put a TC here again, too. TBH and force him to engage with that area again. Because if you don't put a TC there, he's just going to ignore these towers, and he's just going to go up here and give you more problems up in this neck of the woods. So, yeah, I would probably try to put a TC here just to divert his attention again. That's at least the way I would do it. You can do whatever you want, but that's at least the way I'm looking at it.
Alex, preparado.
Take some of the Sepoys into melee with the Chukanus to distract them. I thought that was a pretty cool micro maneuver there. But nonetheless, there's too many Chukanus, though. Yeah. That being said, though, I think Codefender's getting his 5th yellow library tech. Is that right? Yeah, no, he's stacking up pretty well. And they scan the other blue and the red ones too. Electrical wiring, electrical cords, and Ormo stallions.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሶ ሆይ?
over！
是的，
over！
请下命令。
请下命令。请下命令。是的。over！ over！ over！ 是的。over！ over！ over！
Alright. Oh, look at this around the Bills. Yeah, the mound gun shipment's a great choice once you hit industrial age. Is any African civ, not just the Ethiopians. Basically, these are heavy cannons. And Nathan isn't in Fortress Age yet, right? So he can't even get hand mortars or meteor hammers here. No, this is bad. This is real bad. As long as Codefender doesn't fumble the micro and he protects the cannons from like the end riders and stuff, these will like obliterate stuff. Yeah, no. I don't know, man. I think Codefender's in a great shape right now. Unless he could send this in, he could send this in, he could send oh man, 3 falconets and 11 halberds here with Italy. That's pretty good. Actually really good there. Yeah, no. But then Nathan's like, no, no, no. You just went for my base, so I'm going for yours. I don't like this idea. You know why? Because Ethiopia is so defensive. You're going to lose much more of your army going in against his base undefended than he's going to get going into your Chinese base undefended, you know? I feel like the consequences are much more dire for the Chinese player than the Ethiopian player here. And he's still supplying in some Neftanyas too. So it's not totally defenseless. He can still take some of their swords and cut into some of the, you know, cavalry and stuff with it. And he's got some Neftanyas here too. So it's like he's not totally defenseless there. And he's shipping in like 16 more of them as well. And then those mound guns are going to go right onto that wonder, I'm assuming, right? Yep. Neftanyas.
ずに言えた。
But then Nathan's gonna set up his Fortress Age Confusion Academy up there. It looks like. Yep. Is he gonna get that TC down though before he does it? Yep, he is. Now, oh no, he'll get the Arquebusiers from one of the villages, right? Yep. Yeah, just shoot with the mountain guns, man. You don't have to because he's got a ton of range. He's gonna hit. He's gonna ping you anyways. Just kill off the stuff, dude. Yeah, just blast it. Just blast his force. That's all you gotta do, man. Just like that. 100%. Oh wow, good turnaround, Codefender. Nice. So now it looks like it's up 3-2. Is that right? Yeah. So now it's moving into Codefender's territory. Very nice. Yep, that was a much better execution by Codefender, I think, on the stats there. Yeah, totally. 100%. So yeah, big time. That was pretty good, I will say. So now let's check out game number 6. See what that's all about. See if Nathan can pull it back or not. Here we are, CodeNet Gameplay 6. Alright, so here we are. We got Nathan playing as Germany. And then we got Codefender as Haiti again. So Haiti versus Germany. 2 S-tier civs. 2 S-tier civs. For very different reasons. Haiti, as you know, one of the best aggro civs in the game. It's already won Codefender about 2 games in the series. Whereas Nathan, he's going as Germany. Germany, they basically acquired all the British bonuses in this mod. So they had the Manor Boom. They have the Royal Guard Musket Hussars. They even get their own unique factories called Group Factories, which produce free artillery, starring in Fortress Age. But they cost like a bit of population though, so yeah. Pretty cool, huh? How you can get like free falconets and culverins throughout the game. Or I should say howitzers now, since culverins are sort of dead. Yeah, basically. But yeah, no. Overall, Germany is a monster of a civ here because basically they take advantage of that full Manor Boom that the Brits have, and then they add their own unique spin onto it with like free artillery, cuirassier access, Fortress Age regular skirms. Yeah, no, it's a very different ball game by far. And not only that, they get a really cool Industrial Age card called Needle Gun. That actually improves the rate of fire on line infantry. So that's pretty good, actually. I mean, ends up making this Wars of Liberty Germany even more formidable than the vanilla British. Outside of a few areas like, you know, the rockets and the longbowmen and stuff, yeah. Yep, same deck, right, as the previous games. Yep, absolutely. Let's pull back into Nathan's deck. Oh, he's got Albrecht plan, so he's gonna use Albrecht plan. Is that right? Wow, this is a strong play. It's basically the same as Virginia Company for Brits. Cheapens your manor houses to basically like 88 wood. Yeah, by the way, manor houses for Germany are called Meizkasernes. You know, Meizkaserne is basically a German manor house. Meizkaserne. Just so you know, basically, when you're running it, pretty much, yeah. Totally. Yeah. Overall, I think in this matchup, it really depends on how well Nathan has mastered the German Civ by studying people like Cap. Because as we know, Cap is like one of the best Germany players in Wars Liberty. He knows how to manage macro and his military with the line infantry very effectively. So yeah, no. We'll have to see here if he can use that same sort of Cap aura or not. If he can, I think he'll be in great shape. If not, I think Codefender's Hades going to take a win for the third time today. Yeah, most definitely.
Richtig. Aufgabe? Ja.
What's going on with the Explorer? Is he going to get croaked or not? He could. Can't make it back in time to the TC to help cover him with the range attack. Yeah, the Haitian Explorer is kind of brutal. Basically, the Haitian Explorer, instead of having a gun, just uses a huge general sword to just do large arcs and swings. And he actually has about 2 splash attack, which makes him a monster of a unit against Treasure Guardians, and also makes him decent against military, too. Whenever your Explorer is, like, caught by him, it's often your death sentence, man, because he, in terms of stats, actually has a bit more HP than, you know, the standard officer does. So he can actually be really dangerous, yeah. Yeah, I think the Explorer is going to get him there. The Haitian one. Got him. Wow. But he died too. It was all even Steven there. Wow. Crazy. Germany's going up with the Statesman. That's basically a clone of what you would do with British in the 5th edition, because the Statesman's the same as the Governor. So you get outposts and some coin crates. And he said an Albrecht plan, right? How many Mites Casernas are we on? Only one? Only uno? Well, he's just chopping now, right? Why a market first? I don't know about that one. To me, that's a little sus, man. Why is he getting a market before more Mites Casernes? Yeah, I think that's a little weird, honestly. Yeah, no, it totally is. I'm like, dude, why are you doing that, Willis? Why would you do that, man? 100%. Yeah, totally. Because here's the thing. I think personally, paying less wood to get like another free villager is better than researching a market tech earlier. Okay, he's doing it for gang saw so he can chop quicker. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's tough to say. I mean, Maybe getting Gangsta earlier is better, I don't know. Really depends. Haiti's going Arabs again, right? Yeah. No, he went German immigrants this time because there's no trade route. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, you could still justify going Arabs if you wanted to grab like a Klamath or a Nuka native site on here, but you do you, man. Germany's not bad either. You can also go Polish. I think Polish isn't a bad idea against Germany because the Danube legions can counter the line infantry pretty good. Just saying. Just more food for thought for you when you're thinking of facing Germany here. That's at least the way I see it. Sending that rum industry card again for 80 to get those 2 gold works. To trickle him some coin. I think that's pretty good. Alright, now we're starting to see the Mites Casernes stack. Right now we're at about ocho. You can have up to Fiente, 20. Okay, Zad, 10 to 9, 9. That's like 9 extra villagers, man, by the way. So, every Mites Caserne that you add effectively gives you an extra villager. So, if you can get 20 Mites Casernes, like, really quick without stop, that's like 20 extra villagers to your economy. Your score is like through the roof at that point. You're more often than not at that point going to have about like 45 to 48 villagers. Whereas your opponent's only going to have like 20 less, like 25, 26 maybe. So that's really big. So that means you can often start out barracks line infantry, and you can either go double barracks line infantry, or you can add a stable and add Hussaren too. So yeah, no, that holds a lot of weight actually. It is very powerful when you think about it, yeah. Not only that, he ships in about 5 settlers too, right? So that's going to make even more stuff. Then when he's ready, you can add this. If he gets a fortress age, you could go Skirm, Kuduser, Westbrush, and Yuran, yeah. Oblique plan.
Aufgabe? Ja.
Aufgabe?
Aufgabe? Richtig, Jägerin.
Ooh, Mushatero start. That's really good. Because basically, always going Escapatero Mushatero again. This combo has never failed Codefender this whole best of 11, so I think it's pretty good. He's going to add another barracks in too, so if he wants like go Mega Mass Escapatero or Mega Mass Mushatero or just do them both at the same time, he can do it. Effectively with 2 barracks. So yeah, this is... oh. This is effectively a really good setup here. Yeah. The Bomoshatero. And then he's going to ship in like 8 Escapatero too. Not bad. He could ship more Moshateros too. He also has some pickets. So if he has to siege something, he could have a bit of spearmen for that. Not bad. Looking pretty good, honestly. Yeah. The map is shaped like Pinky. Oh yeah, what you talking about, parallel rivers or this one? I kind of see what you meant though. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Totally. I guess. Yeah, I don't even notice that stuff when I look at the main map, Rex. But if you notice that, it's probably true. Yeah. Big time. Yep, more Scripteros coming in. Wow, that's a lot of them. Did he get all 20 Mites Casanes? Yes. Alright, now he's going to go Fortress Age with the Cornet for 4 free Hussars. Just got a barracks, right? Yep. No military yet from Nathan, though. Wonder what he's planning. Is he just going to go straight up Industrial Age? Pick up his needle gun? Try and get up the Maykoff early? Basically the Royal Guard line infantry upgrade for Germany. I don't know. It's a big question. Big pregunta. A big pregunta, man. Wow. Crazy.
Lord Barre. Lord Barre.
Ooh, God. Whoa, look at those Zealots going, wee. That's bad, though. Like, he's stripping away Nathan's, like, settler advantage with the Manor Boom now. The Mites Casernes Boom. He's gonna have to do something quick. Alright, he's got, like, a big stack of Hussars now, though. But what do you do next? What is your next step? Vetisar upgrade coming in. He's got some veteran Yulons here. So now he's just going to beat him out with tons of scout units, right? from the gist of it. Problem is though, he doesn't even have his vet upgrade in yet, so he can't even take full advantage of the 20% HP in attack there. It's kind of a tough one actually. Yeah, no, totally. 100%. Has the vet upgrade for the Hussars, but not enough of them left anymore. It's alright though, he's Germany, so he has like extra vills to get that economy up. Plus he can ship in 8 skirms. See, this is why Germany's pretty good. Like, even when you're caught in a pickle like this, you got so many resources flowing through you that you can always come up with a solution. Right, spam it Hussar, skirm. Definitely something you can use. Obviously, if the guy keeps making Musketeers a mess, you might want to consider adding some Dragoons in, maybe. With all that included. But yeah, no, the Hussars are a great piece because they threaten the Escopeteros like that. So it does offer a really good factor there, by far. I think right now Nathan has the advantage because he's got the Vill advantage and he's got the age advantage. And that's a pretty big thing to play on right now. Right. The only bad thing is he didn't go with the city planner like I usually do. He went with the cornet. Going with the city planner gives you like a covered wagon for another TC. That would like cement his economy if he could get that early. Because then you're like double TC stacking while your opponent's still stuck in H2. Which gives you a really good way to grow. So yeah, I think that's something to basically note here. Yeah. Double stable Hussar with skirm. Beautiful.
Bereit.
Going stable now. Not stable dock. What I think it's shaped like a stable. That's why it's a rectangle. Stables are rectangles. The dock is a rectangle. I thought it was a stable for a second.
Qui semble le faire?
Qui ça? Auftrag?
Siege in the German immigrant colony, I see. Yep. That could obviously be a bit annoying because then Codefender won't be able to send German immigrant battalions later on if he needs them. Particularly the Krupp Steel Can one, I think. That one's usually essential. Called out the firemen. Firemen, basically the men you make from immigrant colonies like that. Yeah, the use of hussars there is just brutal. Yeah, see, mass scout is definitely a way to deal with, skirmisher problems like this. Because the scout, has the HP and the armor and the attack type to fight the skirms head on with. And unlike with other civs that Nathan was using before, he's able to maintain solid numbers here just because he's Germany. So, even the Musketeers with their splash attack and hand armor can't really fend off very good. When you really surround your enemy with hussars like that, which is very brutal. Yeah. And he's got cuirassiers mixed in. These guys have splash attack too, so they'll be able to basically go toe to toe with the musketeers just fine. Because they can offer their own area of effect attack. Plus, he's got falconets. So he built it with the foundry. He'd even use the Krupp factory up. Yep, you can still train artillery directly through the artillery foundry, but if you want to just get free ones, just build a Krupp factory instead. You could probably start getting it if he ships in 1,000 wood, right? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Oh, good battle there for Nathan. So Nathan is pulling it again 3-3. It's been 6 Fuegos so far, and it's even Steven across the board. It's very close. This is a very close series. Yeah, no, you don't even know how close this series is. It's pretty close. Because every time one of these guys wins a game, the other person wins another one, and then... Oh, man, yeah, no, big time. Let's go to game number 7 now. Check that one out. Fuego 7. Ottomans. Nathan's going to Ottomans. Wow. A vanilla sieve. And codefender's still going 80. 80 versus Ottomans. Now, I can tell you, Ottomans usually wins this matchup. Yes. If you play Ottomans correctly, Ottomans should be able to win this matchup very easily. Very easily. Yeah, I'm just telling you, man. If you run this typically when you run Ottomans against Haiti, Ottomans will just beat them. Because Jan Abbas is such a lethal blow against the Haitian setup of their troops and stuff. Because the Abbas gun is like a brutally efficient range unit with its crush damage. It just like cuts through infantry, including the Escopeteros with both range and no. Yeah, this is most definitely going to be a Ottoman victory as long as Nathan plays his cards right here. If he doesn't play his cards right, then we'll see an upset. But I think that Nathan's got a real advantage here to use as the Ottomans, because of the Janissary Abbas gameplay. If he wants to go with something like a fast forward first and go Safahi, Shamari, and the bits, you can do that too, but we'll have to find out what his plan is exactly. Yeah. Alright, so let's go back to Ottomans. I just want to see if he kept his deck the same. So yeah, he's got the Shamari Dabets. These are kind of the card replacement, I think, to the Mamluks for the Ottomans. In a way, they are actually more dangerous because they have a charge attack. Yeah. Where they like pull their lance over their head and they go with a big swing. And the damage output from that charge attack is like double the standard attack of the unit. So it's like, I think 146 damage or something. That's enough to wipe out some skirms in one hit, which is really big. He's also got his 2 Falconet, 5 Abbas, Safahi shipment, 8 Jan for it. Yeah, no. Typically, with Ottomans, you're always gonna want to go like fast fortress. But I think in this case, if you're going up against Haiti, yeah, Jan Abbots would be the first thing I would try. If that doesn't work, then you get the Fortress Age involved and bring in these big boy cards here. Because that's what I think you should do. Yeah, I don't think you usually go to Industrial Age to get bombards anymore. Dardanelles guns. Usually not worth it because in the Zamzicid, the ultimate unit there is kind of rubbish. Kind of just fills a weird niche role. Well, not a niche role. A very corny cornball type role as like a later game musket compared to the Jan, and it's kind of just not designed very good. So I can tell you. It's going up with the Statesman, right? Yep, the Statesman gives you the gold, gives you the outpost, just like D's governor. Haiti's probably gonna go Arabs, right? He doesn't even have enough resources to age up yet, dude. This is not good. This is really bad. Yeah, no, like Ottomans have an age up advantage over the Haiti player. If this was like MCMR or Cap or someone, or even Jesus Cristo, we'd have a real problem on your ends there with like Jan Abbas. Up your nose at that point, yeah. Very dangerous. Arabs, right? Yep, Arab Wave. Basically, he does this on any map that he has a trade route on, because then he can just acquire this with the trade rickshaw. Yeah, I would have, but here's a good lesson for you. If I was doing this, I would have my explorer build the one further up, so that when you get the age up, you can use the rickshaw to just grab the one over here. That's what I would do. That way you're getting peak efficiency and more security. Because if this one is already secured and your enemy's like running around and stuff, they'll just stop and try to siege here, and then you can just use your side wagon on this one and set up over there second. That's what I would do anyways. But doesn't matter, doesn't matter as long as the opponent isn't super aggressive. I would just watch out, because I know if Nathan knows his Ottomans well, he might try to go for Jan Abbas right away. We'll see. Because once we see the wood arrive on the table, he can get like foundry barracks for like 500 wood. Or he can go 400 wood with 2 barracks. Go double Janissary. I mean, even double Janissary is kind of a problem when you're Haiti. Because stacking armies of Janissaries in a huge concession like that can kind of wear down the trash units of Haiti a bit. The Moshatero, Escobatero picket pickup setup, yeah. But he's going to get a coin. So he's actually going the fast fortress route, which I think is totally good. Because all he has to do is really just pick up some of these power cards here. And that should actually be really, really nice. But particularly these new mercenaries here, these Shamaris here, the Shamari Babets, with their really good charge attack of like 146. Yeah. I think that's what's going to really give him a good win here, personally. Yeah. Yeah, that's coins coming in now, right? Yep, totally. 100%. Very nice. Yep, he's going to build that TP right now up here, right? Takes out the explorer. Okay, double barrack. Oh no, that's Haiti. He's going double barracks. Yeah, Nathan's getting his fast fortress up. Now I'm trying to figure out the timings here because the timing attack from codefender could like affect this greatly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out basically here. Yeah.
Hazır. Emrin. Hazır. Emrin. Evet. Hazır. Emrin.
I think Safahi is the right play because these guys have like 3 splash, so they're going to be a brutal assault unit here. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, he should just crush those Musketeers right now. Yeah, just stomp them all, man, because you got the stats to do it. And he got the initiative too, so he's like taking free kills now, which is even better. Very nice. Poor animals are dying in the... Yep. Plus he has the delis too. Very nice. Alright, codefender's got a ton of Mushateros. He's got some Escopateros. Will he try to add pickets in, you think, or not? We'll have to see. I mean, honestly, I think Mushatero spamming's not going to work here in the long haul. I had to put my money on it. And then you got the Dabbets, too. Assault cavalry from Jabal Shamar. Look at that charge attack, 140. They like instantly kill these. They don't instantly kill the Mushateros, but they'll instantly kill the Escopateros. Totally, so yeah, that's a tough situation there for Codefender. Still tried to stack the Mushateros up. But you never know. If he makes a move onto the Falcons, then gets the Cav, that could be successful. Yeah. But yep, see what he does. He stops right there, gets the charge attacks in, has the splash attack of the Spies, has the added like meat shield of the delis, and then just blast into him with falconets. Yeah. Very, very big. Yeah. Quite nice actually. Yeah. I think Nathan's won that one. I think so. I think he's got him there. I think Nathan's winning 4-3 now. 4-3, dude. I guarantee you, if the pendulum's like falling apart, it is so. Codefender's gonna win. The 8th and possibly the 9th game, and then Nathan's probably gonna come back for. I don't know. It's kind of weird. That's all I'm gonna say. That's moving back and forth, back and forth. Let's go on to game number 8 now. Boot up. Loading, loading, loading. Let's find it. This one. Alright, there we go. I was like, wait a second, where is it? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Nathan's playing Haiti now. Thinks he can secure a win by playing Haiti. But Codefender's like, you know what? I'm gonna do what Unstoppable Stelezzi does and play Paraguay. Smart move, sir. Smart move, sir. Yeah. Playing Paraguay is always a good way to come back into the game. Totally. Now it's gonna be a tough against a strong aggressive like Haiti, but if you do it right, I think you can win. But you gotta macro it right though. If you macro it wrong, I think you'll have some big issues. But if you macro it right, then you should be alright. Just looking at something on the Mikey there. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, overall with Paraguay, their best advantage is obviously the works buildings. Now I mentioned gold works earlier with Haiti, is those buildings that trickle gold and stuff and cost pop. Those buildings actually belong to Paraguay as their like main buildings. Plus they can get food ones too, and they can get wood ones. Food works, woodworks, gold works, all trickle in one resource. And costing about 3 pop to house those things, and then later on you can research a tech to get them down to like 2 pop. So yeah, basically a ton of free not free factories, but a ton of factories that just add up quickly over time. On top of that, your villages here, the Queguas, are basically more militaristic, but in a limited number. You can only have like 40 of them, but they all have like shotguns and stuff, so they do some really good splash attack. Alright, 3 Civites, same deck as before, right? Yep, same one. BO. Well, even no, not same one. This is the first time Nathan's playing him today. So what does he do? He's got crates, a lot of military, rum industry, fridge. He does have Codizimo, so if he wants to go outlaws, he does have that option. Honestly, outlaws with Haiti are pretty good. Just note that they are a little, I wouldn't say limited, but just know that you're working mostly with scout class, spearmen, and dragoons with them. So if you're looking for something a little bit more, I don't know, assault based or skirmish based, you're out of luck there, unfortunately. And let's check out Codefender's Paraguay deck too. Right, it's got the food works and the isolationism. Okay. I wish he would get run Himerateca. That's the one I always say to run. It actually ups your build limit for all your works buildings by 1. So not again, it can actually dampen your economy, especially later, but also earlier too if you use my bakery build, as I call it. Basically the push to get 2 food works in age 1 and then use bakeries to top it off with 2 more in age 2. And as you see, I always plan that in a meticulous way. So what immigrants again, by curiosity? Yeah, French wave is always one to go for, I think. Yeah, that seems about right. Seems about right. It's typically the way you want to do it. That's a pretty forward-facing French colony. Hope you don't regret it. I always make mine defensive because I never want the enemy to take it out. Because there's actually some key techs I want to get. All the H2 ones. You know, bakeries to get 2 food works. And the nitroglycerin one to get the range and damage up on my artisanal cans too. Basically, artisanal cans are like age 2 artillery weapons. Kind of similar to lever cannons in the 5th edition Swedish. Balkans gets the same concept with the mule artillery too, by the way. Yeah, pretty awesome. That's kind of the funny thing. Like, all this stuff that, you know, the 5th edition made it sound like it was all new and stuff, already existed in Wars of Liberty. You know, back in the day, they were called Aspides, or Aspides. Spides or Aspides. Then they changed them to artisanal cans so many years later. And then the mule artillery existed upon the release of War's Liberty too. Quite nice.
Sí, sí.
And here comes the Kuros. The Kuros are coming in to siege the buildings now. Essentially, these Kuros are like a high siege based pikemen. They have a siege of about 48. Is that right? 48? Yeah. 48. There are some of the outlaws made by the Caudillos over here. Or the Afalanches. Yeah, Hayes the only civ that doesn't call them Caudillos, they call them Afalanches. Same concept though.
Dígame, mariscal.
Then Nathan's of course gonna add some mushateros on from a shipment too. Looks like, yep. Codefender's getting his bakeries now, so it'll go from like one food works up to 2 of them. But by not going with Hemeroteca, missing out on one food works is going to cost him his production rate a bit, which could be problematic later on. Maybe not right now, but down the road it could be a big issue. Because basically every works that you get effectively expands you really, really well in terms of economy. By reducing your build limit of works, You're effectively making it hard to keep up double barracks and double stable all the time, making you rely on the free units that you get, the free pit their eyes and the free akayobatais here. Yep.
See?
Votre ordre?
Qui ça vous voulez me faire?
And get more kulos, I see. If you can get enough of them, you could actually just siege this whole infrastructure down like instantaneously. Becoming a huge problem, yeah.
Oui.
And I guess he upgraded something too, because look, now they're up to 50 siege. That's even worse.
Ouais, votre ordre. Ouais. Votre ordre. Oui.
Yep, make more of the kulos, add Mosatoa in, shipping. This is the first wood shipping he got? Oh yeah, that's right, because he's not really making a lot of regular units, so he hasn't really had to ship in a wood up until this point. He burned through all his gold too. Okay, so he's going for an all-out kill here. Basically a do or die push, I think. Yeah, a do or die push, basically. I really hope for a day Wars Liberty goes to the Definitive Edition. I hope so too. I mean, here's the thing I've always well actually, I think we jokingly talked about it before. They said the price to bring it to DE. Well, not them. I was like throwing money at them, like in terms of like ideas. I think I said what would happen if I paid the Wars Liberty team $100,000 to get me Wars Liberty and Definitive Edition. They said they would do it. So if you can like make Unstoppable Seletsi channel so popular that I get $100,000 saved up, I could get the Wars Liberty team to port it to DE for that amount, and then they would be commissioned by me. It'd be a very different thing because they wouldn't be just free agents anymore. They would sort of be commissioning stuff on my behalf so I could like serve it to you. So yeah, no. Like that's why I always say, like, always come to Streletsy live streams, always view them. Even if you have to view the VODs. Get my ad revenue up. Get my views and subs up. I will like actually get that $100,000 deal with the Wool team to like port it to DE. Or even better, I think we talked about with Hoop before on the stream before. Maybe even make a whole new game out of it too. Doesn't have to be AoE3. Just take the stuff that Wars Liberty really thrives on and then make a new like engine and everything for it. That could be another option as well, I think. Yeah, totally. I would definitely like that. But look what's going on here. Culos. Muchos culos. Culos. Look at their siege. 48, and then when the Cadillo gets near, it goes up to like 50. Oh my god, look at all those dead buildings. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many dead buildings. And he's gonna get the works too. Oh god, once he gets the works, that really stings. Stings so bad. Some of the Kuros stay back to try to fight back the shock units. So I'm working a bit, because then they're just going to catch up again. At least he's getting some damage done, I guess. That's one of the good things about it. He's gonna have to retreat then. Yeah. He is picking up all the combat cards in H2 though. The infantry hand attack and then the hand infantry hit points. To benefit all his melee units right now.
faire.
So what is Codefender up to? So he's going Fortress Age. He's gonna get first Scandi wave. I think he's going for multiple stuff there. So if he loses his French colony, he still has something he can rely on for immigrant troops. I think that's a pretty safe bet, honestly. What do you think? Think that's a safe bet? Yeah, probably. Probably a safe bet. Most definitely it's a safe bet. I think the Mosquiteros should be able to beat those Primero de Liniers, though. Or those Pit Their Eyes. Just because the Mosquiteros are a bit better stat than those things. Yeah. They even have less hand armor than the Mosquiteros, too, which I never noticed. Yeah, makes them pretty weak then.
órdenes.
¿Qué me ordena?
I see Nathan has gotten some Zinglins too. Yeah, these Zinglins are basically Hades' unique sort of coyote runner unit. But what makes them different though is that they have anti-villager multipliers. So they actually do about 2x against Vills. And because Haiti, I didn't mention this, Haiti actually gets a bonus where they do more attack the farther they are from their own town centers. These Zinglins effectively can end up doing a pretty good amount of damage. Yeah. Quite a good amount of damage. Like right now, look at the stats. It can do like 40 damage to villagers in age 2. Pretty scary, huh? Yeah, no, that's like better than a Hussar. Even better than a U1 actually, I think. Yeah. It looks like Nathan is just shipping this in now. Whereas Codefender made it to Fortress Age a long time ago, as you know. He's got Ved on the Escopateros, Ved on the Ecayubatais. Ved on the Pethirais too, for that matter. Trying to see if he got an arsenal yet. Let me see. Now he's doing the final push. Should be. Now, I think the main advantage is if you're Paraguay, you're the one that's got the Fortress Age. You're the one that has the 20% veteran upgrades, right? Also, stacking those Escopateros makes a huge difference because that's a ranged shotgun type splash attack against all these hand units. Very critical, particularly since Kuros are heavy infantry, right? So yeah, Escopateros will effectively do some really good splash attack to those. Ecayubatais are going to get killed rather quickly, but provide some good meat shield for the Escopateros. If Nathan can overwhelm him with this stack of outlaws, though, I think the tables turn really quick. Because once these, like Kuros, have a chance to go CG on the enemy base without much resistance, then the buildings will fall so quickly it won't even matter if you are ahead in the Fortress Age. Things will just fall apart rather quickly. Yeah. I mean, they're getting them. They're definitely getting them. Oh, they're clobbering them. At this point, Codefender has to go into stagger mode just to try to shake them off a bit. It's not working, though. And he's coming behind with more Mosquiteros, some Gallegos. Because since he's locked and loaded for Age 2 and not going Fortress Age, Nathan can just use his shipments to just spam Gallegos. Essentially the Arab immigrant muskets that I was talking about. Same as the Saudi Arabian Jundis, actually. And that's just going to make a big push over here. I'm trying to figure out what is Codefender going to do. I mean, he's got a stack here. He's going to train in some Escopateros there. He's got a few free things on this. See, this is what I'm talking about. The Kuros have a siege of about 48 base. If Caudillo's nearby, boosting them, they'll go up to like 50, 51. That's enough to raise so much structures. Oh, he just dipped out. But then the Mosquiteros are just rolling from the south. He's going to go for a nice splash attack on that army there. Then the Kulos are going to siege at the stable, and some are going to move forward as well. Trying to bash from this side as well. Very good. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think Nathan has won this one. Yeah, absolutely. That means that now Nathan has like a lead of 2 over Codefender in the series. He's beating him 6-2, right? Is it 6-2 or No, I'm trying to think. Yeah, because this is game 8, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Codefender's won 3 games. Nathan's won 5 games, right? So that's a... Okay, alright. I just remember the math. Yep, basically. 5-3. Fort wagon there. Oh man, good denial. Yeah, once he places that, he can go right after the foundation, right where he is. Yep, the Kuros will take that fort out. Yep, there you go. Boing. TC going down now. Wow, very good. Very, very good. Insane, actually. Yeah. Let me restart the game now. So we can see game number nueve. Yeah. Let me boot up now. Trying to get in again. Yep, there we go. Perfect. I have to go check on something real quick. I'll be back up the stairs real quick. Just give me a few quick moments. Alright, I'm back. Let's go on to the next one now. Game number 9, nuevo. Where is it? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Loading. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. Codenet gameplay 9, nuevo. Let's try this one. Here we go. Nathan now is Japan. Because he's traumatized because of Ringo playing as Japan. And he likes Hololive. Yeah, no, I don't know if codefender likes Hololive. I like Hololive. I named my explorers Takanda Louie and Omoro Polka. Then I have another one with Ozora Subaru and Tokuyama Toa. Yeah. Oh my god. You know what just happened? I just got pinged in the Toho Empire's Discord server. One of the guys there is also in the Wars of Liberty server, recognized me. Like, is that you? The Wars of Liberty streamer dude? I'm like, yeah. Small world. I thought I saw someone there that was from the Wars of Liberty server. I was like, I wonder if he's gonna like shout out to me at some point and like acknowledge my existence. Yeah, no. Most definitely. Yeah. Big time. Alright, well, here we are. Let's see if codefender can try to crawl his way back or not. He's fighting against a very formidable civ. I know back in the old days, back in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, like ages ago, I would tell you that probably Japan would win this easily. In some ways they still can. But with the tag rework and everything, I think statistically the crash units of Paraguay and the new Escobateros and everything kind of just makes them a bit better than they were back then. Yeah, it's definitely a very tight matchup. I know if it's Ringo's Japan, you're going to have a lot of problems. Totally, yeah. 100%. Yeah, I basically told him, I found out about 2 Empires from the guy that I was talking to from the Wars of Liberty server. I said, I found out about 2 Empires from Widgie, because Widgie actually did a video on it, and I was like, man. Because that was around the time that I started getting into Hololive and stuff, and watching Hololive. And I was like, now that I'm all into these sort of anime females and stuff, and like Narissa and Bibu and Shiori and Fuamoko and stuff, I'm like, I would love to play like an anime girl based Age of Empires game. And I just never really looked into it deeper. I thought at that point it was released or something, but I guess it was still in development, I found out. And then I was like, yeah, I'll just wait a bit. Then I heard around September they were going to release it, and then I don't know what. I don't know what they're doing development wise. Yeah, I do want to play it though, big time. I will stream it pretty well. I'll do the same thing I did with Industry Wars, but I think I'll play that a lot more because Industry Wars, there's no real civ mechanic per se. It's just customization of your like weapons and vehicles and stuff. In 2O Empires, you got like different civs. I think it's different. Is it different civs or is it just like the heroes, the female heroes, or the factions? I don't know. Yeah, I know there's like all sorts of cool spells and stuff you can cast in it, kind of like AOM. And that's why I think the big appeal is, I think, honestly. Yeah.
See?
Go on.
Alright, looks like the Teshuga Shrine is coming up now. Yeah, we see people go a lot with Teshuga Shrine in Japan, for Japan, and Wars of Liberty. In DE, basically, everybody goes Torii Gate. Yeah. Honestly, the Teshuga Shrine's frankly better because you can, like, take shrines near the thing and you can, like, boost them up and stuff. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Totally. But I think in general, what you're going to want to do if you're Nathan here is just get a ton of infantry. Kies and Shigumas, and then just rush out Paraguay early on. And do it effectively. Nice treasure you got there. Is that a wood one? 80 wood. Yeah, basswood. Good one. Wood treasures for Japan are like gold. Because every one of those you get, another shrine you can put down and collect even more resources from one of these huntables. Yeah, I know. And he got Heavenly Kami, right? So he's already got the discount. Nice. Does he have a console with Portuguese too? No. Because sometimes people will run console in Age 1, get Portuguese, and then get the Teshuga Shrine. So that way the shrines are even cheaper to pop out. Yeah. I see that Codefender's gone two. No, he's got Woodworks and Foodworks. I was like, wait a second. I was gonna say, yeah, no, that would be really bad if you got two Foodworks because then he would devalue getting bakeries. There's the second stable going up there, it looks like, yeah. Perfect. Dutch allies, yep, good choice. You can get some infrastructure with that, including the bank. You can get a banco. You can, I think you can already afford the bank with 350 export, right? Yeah. Is he gonna get a bank? Actually, what is he doing? I haven't figured that out yet. He's got barracks. I would say get Kievs. Like, destroy the Escopateros with some Shagumas to deal with the trash stuff. And it's an easy win for Nathan here. Yeah. Yeah, Japan always has the advantage, I'd say, for sure. Alright, so Paraguay's coming after the shrines right now. Yeah. That's kind of what you want to do when you're an enemy of Japan in the match. Try to just siege the shrines. Because if you can do that, you kind of dislodge them pretty well doing that. Yeah, basically. It's really your best strategy, I would say, for sure. Samurai start? Okay. A little weird. A little weird. A little weird. Very weird. You should probably never open with Samurai, I'm just telling you. Unless you're a small kid going up against the sandbox AI, don't start with Samurai. Go Shaguma or Kie. Samurai are only if you're dealing with like masked up Cav. Unless he's just trying to like gloat about his skills to his friends or something. His little French frog friends. Yeah, no, opening Samurai is like a really oddball one. Honestly, yeah, no, totally. I really can't figure that out too much. Yeah. He's got the kids now. Where's the samurai at? So the samurai right here. Let's see if the samurai work. They could work. They could function. Let's see. Okay, see, he's gonna. Whoa! Wow! Whoa! Wow! 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 I think it would have been fine just making Kies at this point. But that's all you can do with Samurai. Yeah, no. Crazy. Okay, so Codefender's crawling back. Nice. Yeah. I'm still talking with the dude in the Two Who Empires Discord server about what to expect gameplay wise. From what he told me, the unit counter system is that of Age of Empires 2, but the age up system and a couple of other things are heavily inspired by Age of Empires 3. And he said the siege mechanics are that of Age of Empires 3, like Falconet, Culver, and Mortar type logic. But he did say you can get rams as well through the hero somehow, through a blacksmith tech or something. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun little game for sure. I would definitely want to give prominence to it, so hopefully maybe Yagu gives the whole girls the game since it's an anime thing, you know. Yeah, because if they see like content creators playing it and people watching and stuff, they're gonna give it out to them hopefully so that they can do it. Basically, yeah, pretty much. At least that's what you can hope for, right? Yeah, totally. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah. Game number 10. Nathan is Uruguay. And Codefender is Maori. Trying to think about this matchup. I've been in this matchup before. I think often it goes better for Uruguay though. Yeah. Because basically the Maori has to get like a really good fast fortress going and have a really good stronghold of units to make it through this. Because Uruguay, as you know, spams out like immigrant battalions and outlaws with extreme speed. Yeah, basically.
Kei te whakaronga hou.
Tēnā koe.
Ugh. Alright, so I'm just gonna look at the decks right now. I was trying to smell for something. Something smelled a little funky, but yeah. Yeah, so basically for Maori, it is actually totally normal to not even send a shipment in like age 1. Because then you can get one of these beefier age 2 shipments possibly. But I still kind of am a proponent for going for a 3 villager shipment in age 1. And then just using the Fiji age up to get like one of the bigger shipments if you need it. Yeah, that's the way I am anyways. I'm a very greedy Maori player. So I'm not necessarily the best equipped for like 1v1, but I can sort of do better in the team situations. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of it basically. Alright, so he got his boat shed built up, and now he's going to be able to make some dugout canoes to start fishing. Yeah, basically for Maori, they get a free fishing boat, which is pretty cool. No, a free fishing boat. They get a free boat shed. So basically, you have your Explorer, right? This guy here. In your UI, if you're on a water map, you'll have like this little icon. You click it, and then you'll be able to automatically spawn a builder ship on the water, and then you'll be able to build this boat shed anywhere on the water. You don't even need it on the coast. You can put it up here, you can put it here. You can build anywhere in the sea, and then you can make dugout canoes plus your military boats as well. Very helpful early on for quick eco. Which Voyagers again? The Self Island one? Fair enough. That's the quickest and cheapest one, but it doesn't give you any like age up rewards like crates or units or anything. And let's go back to Uruguay here. He's going for Polish Wave. Yeah, that's something I know a lot about Nathan when he plays Uruguay. He always likes to go with the Polish. Occasionally he'll dip into the Germans and Arabs, but he loves Polish. The kielbasa solution to get the Danube Legion Grenadiers, yeah. $700 wood. You got Boltissimo as the first card, right? Yeah. It also has the Outlaw option with the Codizimo and the Five Brothers. Yep. Double barracks, Danube Legion, I'm assuming. Yeah. Well, what you would do is marry here. Try to get a Fortress Age. Train up a ton of marksmen, get the Porokuma upgrade. Then try to kite the Grenadiers. That's mainly what you would want to do there, I think, probably. I see how we stockpile resources to get a Fortress Age. I one time tried to rush Codefender when he was doing this, and basically I was able to hold him off and, stall him and stuff. Yeah, no, since Codefender isn't, pushing in quick enough, though, this is going to give, Codefender enough time to get that Fortress Age he wants. Yeah. Also setting up the market now, too, over here. I'm trying to see, when he's going to get the age up, though. I don't know if he's trying to play it safe or not, or... Yeah. It's kind of tough to say. Yeah. Now, I find this a little weird, going both Escopatero and, Danube Legion together. I rarely think you ever need to, mix those together, though. It's kind of a weird wombo combo to mix together. Gallego Escopatero makes a lot more sense, but... Yeah, that one to me kind of... has me scratching my head like a monkey, basically going, trying to figure it out. Yeah, big time. So yeah, so he's mostly just training Escobateros at this point and shipping in the Danube Legions this way. Okay. That one's alright. The thing I'll say, though, is he's leaving himself very vulnerable to going up against Huera fighters. Because he has the Huera card, right? Advanced Huera. Yep. Yeah, if Codefender goes full Huera fighter against that, he's going to get an easy peasy lemon squeezy win. It's going to be pretty gnarly, dude. Yeah. 100%. Okay, he's coming into Codefender's base now. He got a bill, and now he's sieging onto his pa. Very nice. Looks like the paw structure is getting sieged pretty well. Yeah, 100%. I think it's mostly the Danube legions that are helping because of their 22 siege. Yeah, Escapatero's like siege really bad. You really need the Grenadier troops there to make it work. He's using the Escos to try to kill off some of the Vills and force him to garrison and stuff. Effectively holding down his ego. Alright, so he's going with the Marksman actually. Did he get the Porokuma upgrade yet? No, he's not. Really? Oh, he doesn't have the gold yet, that's right. Yeah, but you could use the dugout canoes to go into a whale to get that. I don't know why he doesn't just do that. It might be because he's in the thick of the battle. I guess so. Yeah. Now he's got the Porokuma. Yeah. Changes up a lot because it effectively takes the unit from like a 16 range skirmish unit to a 20 range skirmish unit. Yeah. Polynesians in general have the cool ability of choosing which weapon to get in the Fortress Age for their unit. So every Polynesian civ starts with the basics. You got the Slinger, aka the Marksman. You got the Spearman, and then you have the Fighter who uses a club. The Fighter, kind of like a Coyote Runner. The Spearman is the Spearman. And then the Marksman is sort of like your Untanan or your Macaudan, basically. So it's kind of like the Aztec logic, basically. And you get to choose two different weapon paths that will vary depending on which civ that you are. Right now, we only have the Maori. So for Marksman, you can either go Porokumu, get the range up to that of a regular skirm, or you can get the Topara, which keeps it at the low range, but then they get a special really short range attack where they do an insane amount of splash and damage. So good if you like to get up in the enemy's face and like shoot them from point blank range, as the case is with those bamboo longbowmen and AoE 2 with the Puru, something like that. Yeah, same thing with the fighters. You know, you can get the Huera upgrade, which adds a splash attack onto the fighter, where you can get the Mare to not give him splash attack, but actually give him extra damage. And then same thing with the Spearman. You can either go with the Tehedawa to give him splash attack, or you can go with the Tau to give him range. It's cool little things. And then they get these cards too, advanced cards that will actually come into effect if you go with that upgrade in the path. So if you go Huera, you'll get this. If you get Tehedawa, you get this, and if you get Porokuma, you get this. But if you go with the other upgrade path, then those cards are essentially duds and a waste of your time.
Wakaho.
More horrifiers, I see. Yeah. Nathan's also Fortress Age, but he's gonna get the Blandenguis. But this is the thing. Well, wait a second now. Blandenguis are actually insane, regardless of unit tags, right? Yeah, but you got to get a lot of them though. Basically, these are mounted dragoons with splash attack, pretty much the same as the Definitive Edition Conquistadors. But then you get this card here, this one, the Trabuco Naranjito, that actually gets their splash attack up to 2, making it even better. And then you got Blunderbuss Combat, which is the combat cards for the Escos and the Blandenguis. Essentially. Looks like now Nathan's just going to spam Blandenguis, trying to act like Kaiser and Alucard. Yeah, I saw them like abuse him into oblivion, so he's going to try to do the same now, basically, which is insane.
¡Daros, gas! ¿Qué quiere? ¿Todo bien? Jefe.
Alright, Tandor Spearman's joined the fray. Splash attack enacted. I'm curious how the final fight's gonna be between these two when they start me and halfway on the Indonesia map, yeah.
Ya Tokia kia.
Alright, the Hueros are coming in. Let's see how the Blandaguis do with their splash attack. I think you're gonna have to scoon shoot a bit if you're Nathan to try to avoid getting them into the splash attacks. You have to be a bit more delicate here because the Huero fighters are actually a scout unit, so that the range multipliers of the Blandagui won't take place. The only way he can directly use multipliers against the Hueros is if he puts the Blandaguis in the melee, but that's about it. Just like that one right there with his sword there. Basically, yep. And then he still has Escopeteros and Inublesions mixed in too. So that should be enough to beat back that army. Yeah, especially with all those splash attacks taking place. It's not even breaking a sweat, really, from what you can tell. Looks like now he's trained up some Pardos too and got him up the veteran. Probably to get the siege going, yeah. Very nice.
Dale nomás. Es en el horno. No vamos a encontrar.
Alright, what is Nathan at now? Not too sure. Yeah. He's gonna need some more housing though if he wants to get more troops, right? Yeah. Hasn't gotten the outlaws yet though. No Codissimo.
Sí.
I like how he has the Red Devils here putting the marksman in check, the Porokumus. And that way he can focus down the whole force a bit there with his Blandenguis and supporting infantry. And then he's going to come up on the side with Pardos and start sieging away his training grounds here. Take him out that way, yeah. Very nice stuff. Oh, totally. Good. It just shows you how insane those Blandenguis really are with their splash attacks, man. Insane units. That's all I can tell you. 100%. Insane units. I think that paw's going down. Looks like it.
Yo nunca me he de entregar. Dale nomás. Que llene el horno y nos vamos a encontrar.
Oh, here comes the Wolero fires again. But the Red Devils are there to sort of meat shield a bit. And let the Blandenguis do their blasting into them with their blunderbusses.
Yo nunca me he de entregar. Al brazo para
Hua whara ahu, a kaore au e taia tēneke.
Ooh, very good. GG's. Well played. Now we just have to get on the game, game 11, yeah. It looks like Nathan's up by, I think, like 2 points, right? Yeah, no, if my brain is processing this right, he's up by 2 points. So he's doing a pretty good job. We'll do this last game, and then when this is done, we can, like, shift into HVV Chaos over on Star Wars. Because I'm not really in the mood to cast anything else after this last game. Yeah. Let's just get the series done that I promised you, and then have some good gameplay time, right? Yeah, totally. Totally. Oh, man. Let's see here. What we got? Gameplay 11. Portuguese. And then co-founders go marry. Okay. Oh man. It could either be a blessing or a curse, depending on how you set it up. Yeah. For both sides, really. Yeah. Totally. Big time. Trying to figure this out. So let's look at the deck first. So he's got Eco Theory and yeah, as you know, Portuguese don't have settler shipments, so you can put Eco Theory in if you want. You can sometimes even leave it blank. It's really up to you. Now, this is something that Wars Libby introduced that I think I should probably mention. The Paulista Capital del Matos. Capites de Matos, or whatever. Basically, these are native dragoons, but unlike most dragoons, they have multipliers against villagers. So they're actually good at killing villagers. Most dragoons in AoE 3, as you know, have a malice against villagers to prevent them from turning into like Age of Empires 2 Hun Mongol gameplay. But these guys kind of live up to that sort of mantra because they do have multipliers against villagers and they will raid them. So yeah, no, it's a good shipment to get. Totally. Because you can like sneak up on unsuspecting villagers and just snipe them out point blank. And then chase the other ones down. Oh no, it's brutal. I do recommend everyone that, has Portuguese, wants to play Portuguese in Wars Libby, does get the Capital Domado. Yeah. For the most pristine results, I would say. Yeah, totally. Alright, it'll probably age up with, I believe, Artisan, right, for wood. Yep, the Artisan for wood. Makes total sense there. Yeah, Codefender's sticking to his script there with the Maori, though, with his build, it looks like. Yeah. Going with the South Island Voyage setup. Yeah. It's going to be a long battle, because I think both sides are just going to boom and try to go up and get some late game weapons. The question is who wins in this situation. I mean, honestly, if it turns into a late game battle, right, where it's late game versus late game, I think Maori usually wins here because they just have some really scary stuff, like the whip spearmen and so forth. Yeah, I think the whip spearmen are basically what, makes Maori have their reputation. Also the Wolero fires, the Porokumus. Find all that stuff together, then yeah. Basically that's what it is.
Whakaoroia te mahi.
Kaka.
He aha te mahere.
Alright, again, the big boy shipping here. Because basically with Polynesians, you get these cards here with the little boats next to them, which means that they cost 2 shipments instead of 1, but that means that they're, like, really effective. Like this one, for instance, gives you both crates and villagers, right? And it actually gives you a little bit extra of each. So instead of being like a mere 700 wood and 5 villagers, you actually get like 6 vills and 800 wood. Really good steal there. Yeah, totally. It's It's really powerful. And then you have some military cards like that too. Like this one gives you like 16 marksmen, and this one gives you like 14 fighters. Gives you some real potential if you need them, because then you can get a huge stack of military early on, just to defend your position. Yeah. I'm gonna try eating some stuff while I'm waiting here for the battles to take place. Actually, I want to point out this card here. It's actually really important. It basically researches all your wood shopping techs for free, including your age 1 wood shopping tech, your age 2 one, and then your age 4 one as well. All for free, basically. Yeah, pretty good, right? Yeah, it's actually reminiscent of a card that the hottest shiny get too. But I think this one actually comes in age earlier, so it is pretty powerful to get if you can.
Qual é a sua ordem? Sim. Preparado? Sim.
Kakak.
Qual é a sua ordem? Preparado.
Sim,
Qual é a sua ordem?
preparado.
Sim.
Sim,
Preparado. Sim. Qual é a sua ordem?
Preparado. Sim.
Estou ferido! Não me posso mexer!
Yeah, so we got Hussars and not even veteran volunteers, just volunteers. Also a covered wagon in the back here that hasn't been deployed yet. Let's see where he deploys that. It's probably somewhere, like right here, right, to fortify the other one. Yeah, most likely. At this point, Codefender has Porokumu's, his red coat shipment, and he's just riding around trying to raid vills from range. Taking a couple out here. All that range raiding, basically. Range raiding. Oh, I'm doing range raiding. Kind of invaded my own world there a bit. Yeah, most definitely. 100%, dude. Yeah.
Preparado. sua ordem?
Sim. Qual é a sua ordem?
Sim.
Preparado. Qual é a sua ordem?
More hussars coming in. And then the Cazador shipment too. Yep. Using the remaining ordinanzas to take down the bank from the Maori shipment there that allows them to get a bank. This one here, the Bank of Aotearoa. If they can siege this bank, then Codefender's unable to rebuild it again. This would be a really good way to mess up his eco if possible. I think Codefender's kind of microing it really bad though. Like I would be able to like target multiple units at the same time and preserve it. He's like doing it so slow that he lost the bank. Like he didn't have to lose that bank. He could have just, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't quick at the time, but yeah. Yep. The Kiribati shark tooth spearmen. These are actually a mercenary you ship in. They're kind of sort of like a mercenary skull knight. Or something weaker than that, yeah. They got like 2 splash, so making them pretty good. Looks like the shark tubes are trying to go for the infantry, so they can open a pathway to the falconets. Because Nathan right now has like 5 falconets that he can like obliterate the codefender infantry with. He's also crawling up from the north with them, with hussars. Veteran hussars, right? Yes, veteran hussars. Hussars are being cleaned up though, and the ones there get slammed by the shark tooth spearmen from Kiribati. All 5 falconets still alive, as well as most of the protecting infantry, allowing Nathan to go for a real push after this, especially if he can reinforce with Cab and Ev, I think. Houses are now being Thought for a second that was Codefender's house. I'm like, no. He's Maori, he doesn't get houses. Yeah, that's right. I did mention earlier, if you haven't played Wars Levy before, these structures here, the PAs, is actually where you get all your population from. And with every age up, there's a new tech there that will increase the pop limit that the structure has. The building can also trickle food with certain techs and research there. You can obviously upgrade the defenses to make them better. And you can train infantry and block up to blocks of 10 from the building too. Making it pretty nifty of a building. Yeah. Actually, you can build military units in blocks of 10 anywhere. Not just the PA, but the training grounds, the siege workshop, all those basically. Yeah. Definitely those 5 falconets are going to be a real issue here, I think. Yeah. Totally. I think Nathan's just massing up a bit more force than he's going to go for an attack. From what it looks like, yeah. Whereas Codefender's mostly going to just have to worry about defending, and then doing a major push once Portuguese exhaust their stuff, which is really hard to do, since, you know, Portuguese gets tons of free villagers, yeah. He's pushing it now. Oh, good maneuver there, though, by Codefender. Yep, GG's Nathan. You did a good job on this series. You won most of the games somehow. Okay, these are the remnants here, right? Yeah, basically. It looks like the match ended. Okay. Just wondering why things weren't moving. Yeah, let's do some HVA Chaos now. And congrats, Nathan, on winning the best out of 11. You did really good. Really, really good. Because Codefender is not an easy opponent, so if you can clap him that good, got some skills.
How many arms does Grievous need? Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Solo Hyper Slaves the competition.
So unfortunate. Unexpected. How hopeless!
Enemy numbers still need to be reduced by half. Chosen one, countless victims.
Don't just
Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Bad vibes up in guy. No problem.
Fear them, but hate them more.
You brought this on yourself.
All too easy.
The Geonosians have a saying. Too bad I don't speak Geonosian, but it definitely doesn't sound like good news for our combatants. A hero's death for our first hero. Good is triumphing over ineptitude. Evil's domination continues. Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? The less evil team takes the lead. Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side.
LA landing! Looks like we got a friend! Let me work. New ally on the ground!
Violence is imminent.
Executions must double if you want to emerge victorious. How many arms does Grievous need?
Unidentified allies fighting stormtroopers.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground.
Solo hyperslays the competition.
Enemy leader taking point!
Death comes to the defenders of the light.
How we show General.
The mightiest warriors of the universe meet on the battlefront to decide once and for all who shall rule. galaxy.
Shot that enemy.
The less evil team takes the lead. The pacifists are crushing the competition. Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype.
I'm getting tired of this. We'll bring peace to the galaxy.
Think you're ready to fight me? Don't let up.
We're only halfway there.
Try again, Wizard Brain.
Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Villainy steals the lead. Domination by the light side. Good is triumphing over ineptitude. The villainous killing spree continues. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. Villainy carves a path toward victory. Retaken by scary-looking enemies. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Face the potence of the Sith.
Evil slithers past our heroes. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
Or according
The only count counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. Immediate death for the light side. Interstellar layabout. Prepare to witness the battle to end all battles. May the least incompetent win. A wealth of victims for Lando Calrissian. arms does Grievous need? Kill spree halfway completed. Victim, Orlando Calrissian. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. systems. Jedi is skywalking over the competition. Someday, we'll meet these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. Not an ugly lizard joke to be heard, as Bosk silences the competition. The dark side takes their first casualty in record time. Being taken by scary-looking enemies. The Raging Red is on a Kylo spree. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. Evil's domination continues. Witness the power of the dark side. Evil slithers past our heroes. Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side. Villainy carves a path toward victory. Domination by the light side. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. Evil's domination continues. I see 50% of the required carnage.
That up, it's working!
Witness the power of the dark side. Pacifists are practicing domination. Teamless evil team takes the lead. Chosen one, countless victims.
I feel the light in you. The force is strong.
My team's not through yet.
Solo hyper slaves the competition. Kill spree halfway completed. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition. whoever slays the competition. Stunning display of marksmanship that will claim more victims every time he describes it. The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left. The Force has already abandoned the galaxy's defenders. The villainous killing spree continues. finishing last this time.
Not give in to you.
Evil slithers past our heroes. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. The less evil team takes the lead. Chosen one, countless victims.
Hey, be self-aggressive.
achieve 50% of the required carnage. Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Grievous need. destiny proves no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker. The light is immediately snuffed out. An unstable planet for an unstable assortment of the galaxy's most powerful champions. Brought together by fate and my need for constant amusement.
Already lost.
Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The heroes can't stop the mole streak. Halfway to victory. Hooray. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Hate sees the day as Kylo Ren brings the match. The battle's barely underway, and already a villain has fallen. Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. way to victory. Hooray! Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Stay down. Don't want to make war.
Chosen one, countless victims. Witness the power of the dark side.
Confuse and conquer.
counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. of the light.
You might want cover.
Less evil team takes the lead. Path to ultimate bragging rights, 50% complete.
Who wouldn't want to glitch the map, man? It's pretty fun. Trying to find all sorts of little Easter eggs on the map and seeing where the out of bounds are. It's honestly kind of fascinating how these Star Wars maps in the vanilla game take place on such a small square of land, but when you get rid of the out of bounds invisible walls, there's like the land goes for like miles in every direction until you hit those out of bounds areas where you just freeze in place. Yeah. I kind of want to go up Starkiller Base again, up that mountain, and try to fall all the way down that cliff again to see if there's anything down there. Because that was pretty cool. I wonder if there's like some secret room down there at the end of the thing. I think I got stuck when I hit the very bottom of it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something down there that I could check out. But yeah, no, thanks for coming today. It was a fun day. We casted a whole best of 11 series in Wars of Liberty, and then we even got to do some HPV Chaos afterwards. Yeah, no, it was pretty fun. So yeah, sign off now. Sign off now. See you all mañana, okay?